I arrived at Fort Myers first thing in the morning with a clear head. I was happy to be back after a month of bed rest, but the moment I stepped out of my car, I noticed the unease hanging heavy in the air before me. The entire base was filled with an emotion I couldn't place, so tangible that I could almost taste it. The hair on my neck stood, and the air felt heavy. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something felt off about this place today. Yet I pushed the feeling aside, determined to focus on my task for today. It was time to train. I strode past the entrance gates, acknowledging the desk clerk with a nod and a forced smile. His eyes flickered with surprise and concern, as if he could sense the tension radiating from me. But his eyes cooled and went back to normal. I dismissed it as my own paranoia, my mind playing tricks on me. With a final nod, I make my way past into the training grounds. The crisp morning air filled my lungs almost to breaking point with ice-cold daggers, momentarily distracting me from the unsettling atmosphere. I watched from a distance as my second led the team in drills. Immediately they spotted me though. All pretense of concentration dropped as they hollered my name. I joined them with a smile, urging them to get back to work, and soon we were in the midst of hand-to-hand combat training. Sweat trickled down my brow as I sparred, exchanging blows and defending myself against my comrades. The familiar routine helped ground me, providing a semblance of normalcy in the midst of this very off-putting day. While we lifted weights together, I caught snippets of conversation between the officers. Tanner, my second officer, spoke in hushed tones, his voice laced with skepticism.
"Did you hear about those nutcase scientists?"
He asked.
"They managed to sneak their way into a highly secure meeting with the president himself. Can you believe that?"
My heart skipped a beat. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The unease I had felt since stepping foot onto the base intensified. The president is here? I paused for a moment, pretending to adjust my gear, my mind racing with questions. What did those scientists say? Why would they risk everything to meet the president? And what does it have to do with the bizarre atmosphere enveloping the base? Celeste, a slim woman with a mischievous glint in her eyes, and a talent for handling explosives, interrupted my spiraling thoughts.
"I think they were onto something, Tanner,"
she sang, her voice sounding so sure, carrying a conviction that caught me off guard.
"No sane person would risk their heads just to prank the leaders of their country. There's gotta be something more to it."
Tanner rolled his eyes, dismissing Celeste's words as nonsense.
"Come on, Celeste. You actually believe in aliens? That's ridiculous."
I stayed silent, my heart pounding in my chest. I had no idea what to believe. There was a tightening in my heart, a mix of fear and curiosity that refused to be ignored. I had always been a skeptic at heart, and proud of it, never entertaining the notion of extraterrestrial life. But something about this situation, this strange aura surrounding the base, surrounding this entire day, gnawed at my core. Finally, Tanner turned to me, his eyes searching mine for an answer.
"Claire, do you believe in aliens?"
I paused, taking a moment to gather my thoughts. My mind swirled with conflicting emotions, uncertainty battling against a rising sense of foreboding. I met Tanner's gaze and replied softly, "I don't believe in all that nonsense. We all know the things our military is capable of. If there is anything otherworldly happening, just know the NSA must be testing something." We all laughed, but the laughter died down almost immediately. "Something feels off today, though, doesn't it?" Tanner scoffed, shaking his head dismissively.
"You're overthinking things, Claire. There's no such thing as aliens. It's just a bunch of crazies causing a stir."
Celeste's voice cut through the tension.
"Whether they're right or not, we've got a duty to protect this country. Aliens or not, real or fake, we can't afford to ignore any potential threats."
Her words lingered in the air, hitting a chord within me. Despite my skepticism, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this than meets the eye. The tightening in my heart stayed put, an insistent reminder that there were unknown forces at play. Deep down, I wanted to dismiss it all as nonsense, to believe that the scientists were merely eccentric coeds with wild imaginations. But there was a part of me that wouldn't let me rest. A flicker of curiosity that refused to go dim no matter how hard I tried to suppress it. As the training session continued, I found my focus waning. Each punch and kick became mechanical, my mind preoccupied with the events unfolding around me. Tanner's skepticism clashed with Celeste's unwavering belief, and I felt caught in the middle, teetering on the edge of doubt and uncertainty. I stole a glance at the surrounding base, a place of familiarity and routine. Now it reminded me of a backdrop to a surreal drama. Soldiers moved about with a hint of tension in their steps, whisperings of conversations reaching my ears. The buzz of uncertainty and speculation grew louder, infiltrating every corner of my mind.
Okay, Claire, I've had enough of this.
Tanner approached me, his voice tinged with frustration and what sounded like anger.
Look, Claire, I know you've got a skeptical mind, but you can't let this nonsense cloud your judgment. We've got responsibilities here, and we can't waste our time entertaining wild theories. Besides, you don't need to stress too much now.
I met his gaze, not bothering to put a cap on the mixture of resolve and doubt reflected in my eyes. Tanner, I understand what you're saying, but something feels different today. The way the whole base is off-kilter. Heck, the day itself even feels wrong. The unease that lingers in the air, it can't be ignored. We owe it to ourselves and to our country to investigate, to at least consider the possibility that there might be something more to this. Tanner sighed, his frustration giving way to a hint of reluctant understanding.
All right, Claire. I'll admit, the atmosphere is unusual. But until we have concrete evidence, I don't want any talk of aliens or extraterrestrial threats. Let's focus on what we know and what we can control.
Celeste, ever the voice of dissent, interrupted him once again.
But what if they're right? What if there is an extraterrestrial threat? Ignoring it could be catastrophic.
Tanner shook his head, dismissing Celeste's concerns.
Celeste, you've always been too dramatic for your own good. We can't jump to conclusions based on speculation. Let's stick to our duties and protect this country like we always have, by not prying into matters that don't concern us.
Their exchange left me torn, caught between two contrasting perspectives. As we resumed our training, I grappled with my own uncertainty, the unanswered questions echoing in my mind. The sun reached its zenith, casting a glaring light upon the training grounds. Beads of sweat glistened on my brow, sliding so slowly down my nose that it made me itch, mirroring the internal struggle I faced. With each strike, each defensive maneuver, I spaced out, savoring the mindless exertion. As the training session drew to a close, I met Tanner's gaze once more. His skepticism remained, but there was a flicker of challenge in his eyes. Keep an open mind, Tanner, I say, my voice steady. I won't dismiss anything until we have all the facts. This may be more than just a prank or a delusion, I continued, my voice resolute. If there is even a slight chance that there is truth to the claims made by those scientists, we owe it to ourselves and to our country to investigate further. We can't afford to dismiss it without at least exploring the possibilities. Tanner's gaze softened, and he nods in reluctant agreement.
You're right, Claire. We need to objectively approach this with caution and gather information. Let's start by finding out more about those scientists, their motives, and the validity of their claims. If there's anything substantial, we'll take it from there and report back to the higher-ups.
Celeste, who had been observing our exchange, offers a small smile of approval.
I knew you'd come around, Claire. Sometimes we have to trust our instincts, even when the logic tells us otherwise.
I had just come out of the barracks, where I had a shower after the morning drills. The cool breeze brushed against my damp skin, refreshing me from the intense training session. As I walked towards the mess hall, my stomach grumbled in anticipation of lunch. The sky above me was vibrant blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. One of them hid the sun, so there was no glare to interfere with my view. The sky was beautiful. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed through the air, causing me to stop in my tracks. My heart raced as my head swiveled, trying to find the source of the sound, and my breath caught in my throat. I looked up, my eyes scanning the sky for any sign of what had caused the sound. Was it an explosion? A sonic boom? The uncertainty tightened my chest, and a shiver made its way down my spine. Minutes passed, but there was no immediate answer. I started to feel silly for just standing there staring at the sky. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a random occurrence. I shrugged it off and resumed my walk towards the mass hall, attempting to put the strange sound behind me. First the air feels weird and now I'm hearing things? Maybe I should have stayed home for one more week. But before I could take more than a few steps, another thunderous bang filled the air. This time, it was accompanied by a distinct whoosh of rocket jets. I froze, my eyes widening in alarm. The sound seemed to come from directly above me. It seemed to come from the entire sky. Without warning, a massive hunk of metal crashed into the ground, just a few feet in front of me, sending a shockwave through the air. The impact raised a thick cloud of dust and heat that engulfed everything, momentarily disorienting me. I stumbled backwards, shielding my face with my arms, fear coursing through my veins like thick, hot sludge. As the dust settled, I cautiously snuck out from the haze. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breaths came in shallow gasps. I inched closer to the fallen object, and my eyes widened with a mix of awe and dread. The body, the thing before me, was like nothing I had ever seen. It was sleek and angular, its surface a shiny coal black that radiated heat. Strange symbols adorned its metallic exterior, hinting at its extraterrestrial origin. The air crackled with electricity, and the distinct smell of ozone filled my nose. To my astonishment, the machine began to transform. Parts shifted and rearranged, unfolding into a humanoid form. My eyes widened as the realization hit. A robot. Something sleeker and more advanced than I had ever seen before, than any human had ever envisioned. Fear mingled with curiosity as I watched the robot take shape. Its movements were precise, almost graceful, as if guided by some unseen force. The machine towered over me, its glowing red eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings. Before I could find the words to speak, chaos erupted around me. Screams echoed through the air, and soldiers rushed out from every corner of the base. Panic and confusion spread like wildfire. The presence of robots, not just one in front of me, but so many that a hive of bees, by number, would pale in comparison, had sent shockwaves of terror through every single human being. My mind raced as I tried to process the situation. Was the robot a threat? What did it want? I glanced back at the machine, my gaze meeting its piercing red eyes. The robot seemed to emanate an air of power and menace, and my instincts screamed at me to run. I survived the first wave, and so did most of the people present in Fort Myers. For the rest of the country and the world, they unfortunately weren't so lucky. This was one of the absolutely worst times to be a human being. After a whole rampage, with millions of people dead all over the globe at the hands of genocidal alien tech, for some reason, the machines stopped. The rampaging robots just stopped and retreated into their pods. It was eerie at first. Sudden silence, whereas only moments before, the screams of dying men and the deafening screech of all the firepower the soldiers could muster was all that filled the air. But I found it was something I actually needed, because my limbs shook and I was sure I would collapse in the next few seconds. I headed to the barracks after leaving sentries from my squad to watch the obsidian pods littered all over the grounds, desperate for a chance to process what on God's green earth I had just witnessed. There had to be a logical explanation, something I was missing, but the evidence was clear. Aliens are real. The only question now is what they really want from my planet. Little did I know, I would be getting the answer sooner than I expected. None of us had even recovered from the attack yet, and some people were being treated in the base hospital, so I was understandably miffed when my superior asked the squad to fill in as a security detail for the latest presidential meeting. Still, an order is an order. The tension in the room was palpable as the president's voice boomed, echoing off the cold, sterile walls. My squad and I stood at attention, the weight of our responsibility heavy on our shoulders. I glanced at my fellow squad members, their expressions mirroring my own mix of frustration and unease. The president was engaged in a heated argument with his generals, their voices rising in a cacophony of anger and desperation. It was all too typical. The leaders always seeking the most extreme solution, nuking everyone and everything. It filled me with disgust, but I couldn't afford to let my attention waver. The president's safety was my utmost priority, even if he was so misguided that he would risk a nuclear war just so we could be rid of the robots. As the shouting continued, a sudden, piercing sound cut through the air. I instinctively reached for my earpiece, but it wasn't the usual transmission. It was something much more ominous. A message that resounded across the world, infiltrating every communication device. Suddenly, a voice boomed through every single speaker in the base, startling us all to the silence. The alien-sounding grunts somehow translated to English.
Residents of T-124, also known as Earth, your time is limited. We have seen your defensive capabilities, and they are sorely lacking. So your planet has now been claimed for the Nebulax. Surrender or face annihilation. We offer no mercy, only a swift death if you surrender.
A collective gasp filled the room, and I felt my blood turn cold. The chilling demands echoed in my ears, a stark reminder of the imminent danger we faced. The message reverberated in my mind, instilling a sense of urgency and dread.
Our entire fleet is poised for attack. That was only the first wave. You have 3 Earth days.
The sudden silence enveloped the room, leaving no room for doubt. We had to surrender willingly, or face a painful extinction. I felt a shiver run down my spine as the weight of those words sank in. Fear gripped my chest, constricting my breath. The room erupted in chaos, with panicked voices and frantic movements all around me. Generals and high-ranking officials scrambled to formulate a plan, each one more desperate than the last. General Adams, my direct superior, slammed his fist on the table.
We can't surrender! We must fight back!
General Mitchell, his voice trembling, countered.
But how, Adams? Look at that ship. It's enormous. Our current weapons are useless against it. Useless!
Adams paced back and forth, his brow furrowed.
We can't be sure. There must be something! We can't give up without a fight. We have to find a weakness. A way to bring that damn thing down!
My heart raced as I listened to their heated exchange. The situation was dire, and the weight of the world bore down on the shoulders of everyone in the room. But none more so than the president. He had a sheen of sweat coating his brow, and I had never seen the boisterous man so quiet. I took a deep breath, attempting to steady myself. Colonel Reynolds, a seasoned veteran, spoke up, his voice stern.
Perhaps we can negotiate. There must be something they want other than our destruction. We have resources, knowledge.
General Adams scoffed.
You think these creatures want anything we have to offer? You saw the attack too. They've come here to wipe us out, Reynolds! Negotiating will only delay the inevitable.
As the tension in the room escalated, I glanced around, observing the anxious expressions on everyone's faces. The weight of the decision they had to make pressed down on me like a crushing burden. General Mitchell's voice wavered as he addressed the room.
We can't ignore this warning. Surrender might be your only hope.
General Adams, his eyes blazing with defiance, shook his head.
I won't go down without a fight. We must stand our ground and defend our planet, no matter the cost!
The room erupted into another round of heated debates, each side presenting their arguments with increasing desperation. The atmosphere was suffocating, thick with the weight of impending doom. In the midst of the chaos, I found myself torn between the two opposing viewpoints. Surrender seemed like an unthinkable option, but the alternative was a painful and uncertain future. A knot formed in my stomach. They would both lead to death eventually. The panic was tangible, but amidst the turmoil I found myself watching with detached fascination. This was it. The moment when the entire fate of humanity hung in the balance. What could we do? What option did we have when certain extinction stared us right in the face? I felt defeated, ready to succumb to the overwhelming despair that threatened to consume us all. But just as I was about to give up, a voice shattered the chaos, commanding attention.
I know what to do.
The room fell into a hushed murmur as all eyes turned to the man who had spoken. I strained to listen, catching fragments of whispers. It turned out he was one of the scientists who had somehow managed to sneak into the base earlier that morning. To me, it felt like an eternity had passed since then. The president granted him permission to speak, his voice cutting through the tension. I stood silently at the back of the room, my eyes fixed on the man who had just introduced himself as Jerry Lane. He looked young, too young to hold the weight of the world on his shoulders. But there was something in his eyes, a mix of determination and desperation that sent a shiver down my spine. Jerry was explaining his credentials, his voice steady despite the urgency in his words.
I have a PhD in astrobiology from an Ivy League university,
he said.
I've worked at CERN, tracking particles and studying the mysteries of the universe. But none of that matters now. My team and I discovered an anomaly in the solar system weeks ago and had started monitoring its progress from NASA headquarters. Something unlike anything we've ever seen before. We were too late to realize the extent of danger it posed to Earth.
I watched as the room filled with tension, the generals and advisors exchanging worried glances. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach, my fingers trembling, ever so slightly. The weight of the situation pressed down on me, threatening to suffocate me. If it wasn't clear before, it sure was now. The Earth, as we knew it, was doomed.
We've pulled every string we could,
Jerry continued.
We came here, begged for military assistance, hoping someone would take us seriously. But obviously we were too late, and now we're running out of time.
The room fell into a heavy silence, the air thick with uncertainty. My mind raced, thoughts crashing against each other like waves in a storm. I wanted to speak, to demand answers, but I knew it wasn't my place. My duty was to listen, to absorb every word, and do absolutely nothing unless I am ordered to. Jerry's eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I could see the weight of the world reflected in them. I wanted to reach out, to offer him some semblance of comfort, but my hands remained firmly at my sides.
I know this is a lot to take in,
Jerry said, his voice trembling ever so slightly.
But we have to act now. We can't afford to waste any more time.
I watched as the generals and advisors exchanged more hurried whispers, their faces etched with worry. I bit my lip, my heart pounding in my chest. The suspense in the room was palpable, and I couldn't help but wonder what the future held. The president deliberated with his advisors, their anxious glances exchanged in silent communication. Then the president turned to face Jerry. His voice weighted with the realization of our desperate circumstances.
Desperate times. You said you know what to do, though. What did you have in mind?
My heart skipped a beat as Jerry began to lay out his plan. His voice was steady, filled with a blend of scientific knowledge and unfaltering determination. His plan was a risky endeavor, requiring coordination between scientists and the military, but it offered a sliver of hope amidst the looming darkness. The room was silent, the weight of the decision hanging in the air. It was a bold plan, a last-ditch effort to save humanity from annihilation. The president's gaze swept across the room, meeting the eyes of each individual present. And then, with a resolute tone, he delivered his final sentence, a beacon of hope shining in the chaos.
Prepare for Operation Humanity. We fight for our survival.
3 hours into Operation Humanity, I was ready to quit and go home. If only I had a home to go to. Not many people had a home to go to anymore. Heck, more than half the population of the world was dead, and only after less than 30 minutes into the first wave. All those left alive, though, wished they weren't. I didn't understand the full scope of the destruction from inside the base, where we only had a few dead and many more injured from the clash. But outside, the world was a mashup of fire and chaos. Only yesterday, after the panicked meeting, so many things had happened. The president was to be returned to DC by the Air Force on that night, but for some reason he was still present at 2300 hours, and called on me specifically. While I walked to the administrative building, an earth-shaking roar, which sounded like a cross between a rocket and an active volcano, shook the earth. It was so bad that I was knocked to the ground. By the time I had gotten to my feet, the small light the moon cast was overshadowed by the sheer bulk of the structure I could clearly see from miles away. When I made my way into the conference room, I wasn't surprised to find the room in total chaos. The huge Nebulax mothership had landed in the nearby city, its colossal shape casting a dark, imposing shadow over the once lively landscape and causing the planet to fall into more chaos. The GPS satellite had confirmed its arrival, and a chill ran down my spine at the thought of what it meant. The president's voice echoed through the room as he addressed us, filled with urgency and concern. It was clear that something drastic needed to be done. His voice worried me more than anything. He looked strained and defeated, all within the space of a couple hours. But he held his head high as he spoke to me.
I'm assigning your squad to lead the team of scientists and infiltrate the mothership. We must gather as much information as we can while those Nebulax robots are still dormant in their pods, while Jerry can work on his plan to end them.
A heavy weight settled in my chest as the gravity of the mission sank in. The future of humanity rested upon our shoulders, and the burden felt too heavy. I wish I could throw it off. This was not the first time I had cursed the president and his cabinet in my mind. All they ever did was give orders for the soldiers to carry out from behind the safety of their walls, but I still understood that I had no choice. I am only a soldier, and it was my duty to obey. I looked over at my squad, a group of 10 highly skilled individuals who had trained tirelessly for this exact moment. We were the last hope. 3 scientists, handpicked from Jerry Lane's esteemed colleagues, joined us on this perilous mission, including Jerry himself. Jerry had dedicated his life to comprehending the mysteries of the world, and his expertise would undoubtedly be invaluable to navigating the treacherous terrain of the mothership. With a sense of purpose and determination, we set off to the wreckage-laden city. My heart shattered as I took in the scene that unfolded before my eyes. The once bustling streets now lay in ruins, scarred by the indestructible pods of the alien robots. Streets that I had walked down with co-workers and friends were void of any kind of life, except for Nebulax. The metallic remnants of their bodies were scattered throughout the city, in a chilling testament to the chaos they had unleashed. But the devastation wasn't solely the work of the Nebulax. With the state of emergency, opportunistic looters had seized the chance to wreak havoc, further worsening the already dire situation. Their rampage left behind a trail of destruction, adding to the overwhelming sense of desolation that permeated the air. It was a grim reminder that even in the face of impending doom, some people chose chaos over unity. If they just banded together, it was quite obvious that they would have supplies for up to a year. We pressed on, navigating the decimated streets with caution. The once colourful storefronts now lay in ruin, their shattered glass glinting in the fading sunlight. The eerie silence enveloped us, broken only by the occasional creaking of fallen debris, or the distant sound of music. As we ventured deeper into the heart of the city, signs of the Nebulax's presence became more pronounced. Strange energy signatures crackled through the air, filling the atmosphere with an otherworldly hum. It sent shivers down my spine, a reminder of the alien force that we were about to face. With each step, we encountered more of the Nebulax's dormant robots, encased in their eerie pods. They were like grotesque sculptures, frozen in time, waiting for their next command. It was a daunting sight, but it also filled me with a faint glimmer of hope. If we could gather the necessary information and find their weaknesses, we might have a chance to turn the tide. And of course, there was the other plan. While I and the team picked their way through the city, the crumbling buildings and shattered windows served as a stark reminder of the chaos that had consumed this once vibrant place. They were suddenly stopped in their tracks by a group of innocent-looking boys. They couldn't have been older than 13 or 14. Their wide eyes and tattered clothing painted a picture of innocence, lost in this unforgiving world. Their leader, a small, freckled-faced boy, with a mop of dirty blonde hair, approached meekly and tugged at the sleeve of my worn-out jacket.
"Please, ma'am,"
he pleaded, his voice trembling with desperation.
"We need your help. Our families are trapped, and there's no one else who can save them."
I glanced back at my squad, a mix of wariness and determination etched on their faces. We had been through so much together, fought off countless threats, but this was different. These boys seemed genuine, their plea for assistance echoing through the desolate streets. "Wait for me here," I instructed my team, trying to ignore the faint alarm bells ringing in the back of my head. "I'll be back as soon as I can." With a reassuring smile, I walked off with the boys, hoping that their innocence hadn't been entirely extinguished in this ravaged world. The moment I turned my back on my squad, everything changed. The air shifted, growing thick with hostility and deceit. In an instant, the boys revealed their true intentions. They lunged at me, their small frames transforming into ferocious attackers, fueled by desperation and greed. It became clear that they were nothing more than looters, preying on the kindness of others for their own gain. My heart raced, pumping adrenaline through my veins as my body reacted to the imminent threat. I dodged their initial assault, feeling the wind brush against my cheek as their fists sailed past. Time seemed to slow as I retaliated, striking out with precision and speed. My muscles tensed, my training taking over, guiding my movements with calculated efficiency. Blow after blow, I held my ground, each impact resonating through my bones. Sweat dripped down from my forehead, mixing with the dirt and grime as I fought with unwavering determination. The looters were nimble, darting and weaving with agility born of survival, but I was resolute. The desperation in their eyes fueled their aggression, but I refused to let their misplaced rage overpower me. A clash of metal against metal echoed through the deserted streets as my squad, realizing the danger, rushed to my aid. Together, we formed a formidable force, a united front against these treacherous boys. Our movements were synchronized, a well-oiled machine, compared to their clumsy attempts. A surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins as the looters began to falter. Their attacks grew sloppy, their energy waning. We pressed forward, pushing them back with relentless force. With each strike, with every grapple, we asserted our dominance, refusing to let their sloppy nonsense continue. Finally, our collective might overwhelmed them. The looters scattered, disappearing into the shadows from whence they came. We stood, triumphant yet exhausted, catching our breath as the adrenaline slowly subsided. Sweat soaked through my clothes, my body aching from the intensity of the fight. We continued our journey, though the weariness settled heavily on my shoulders. Passing by a few houses that still bore signs of life, I hoped for a glimmer of something, a flicker of light or sound, anything at all. There had to be children in a couple of these houses. They still had kids' bikes parked on their front lawns. Yet the doors remained shut, the windows locked tight, as if the fear that gripped the city had closed off even the most basic human connection. Hours turned into an eternity as we trudged through the decimated streets, finally reaching the heart of the city. We found ourselves standing before the entrance to the underground train station, the once bustling hub, now a shell of its former self. Broken machines and shattered glass surrounded us, a haunting reminder of the civilization that had crumbled before our eyes. As I stared at the wreckage, my heart weighed heavy with dread. The underground offered a glimmer of hope, a chance for escape from the desolation above. But seeing the devastation, I couldn't help but wonder if we were simply trading one nightmare for another. Would the underground be any different? Or would it be just another battleground in this relentless fight for survival? Just one day. I shook my head. Determination mingled with uncertainty as I took a deep breath, steeling myself against the increasing doubts in my head. We had come too far to turn back now. We had endured too much to let our fear dictate our path. With resolve burning within me, I turned to my team, their tired eyes reflecting the same mixture of apprehension and determination. "We press on," I said, my voice strong and unwavering. "We face whatever waits for us below, knowing that our fight is far from over." The flicker of hope still burned brightly in my heart, a beacon guiding me through the darkness of my imagination. Not for the first or last time today, I prayed my parents were all right. And so, we descended single file into the dark and damp, the weight of our packs heavy upon our shoulders. My squad and I ventured into the labyrinth subway system, our footsteps echoing through the dimly lit tunnels. As we made our way deeper, the surroundings grew darker. The faint glow of the remaining working lights offered little comfort. The occasional deserted train sat silent, their metal frames looming like ghosts in the shadows. The very air was stilted and dead, filling me with an anticipation of the unknown. A shiver ran down my spine as we continued our trek towards the spot where the Nebulax mothership had landed. The air was heavy with tension, each step taken with caution. We were aware that there were many dangers lurking in the darkness. So many things could go wrong. It could be not only the dreaded Nebulax, but also something far worse. Humans who have nothing more to lose. As we walked through what could have easily passed for a bomb shelter, with how sturdy the rock walls were, I tried to ignore the tiny echoes of our footsteps and our voices as Jerry and I fell into conversation, seeking a distraction from the rapidly increasing tension. He began discussing his plan for when we reached our destination, his voice low and thoughtful.
I had been observing the Nebulax robots during the battle, or if I want to word it better, the absolute slaughter.
He explained, wincing.
They seem to operate as a collective, controlled by a central source. When the first wave ended, their behaviour indicated that they are the baser nebulax, likely controlled by a hive mind. So, my idea is simple. Get rid of the controller, and they become mindless.
I nodded, understanding the implication of his words. So, the plan is to find a way to destroy whatever is holding the controls, I said, trying to grasp the fragility of the situation. But it's not a sure thing, is it? Jerry sighed, a pensive expression crossing his face.
No, it's far from concrete,
he admitted.
That's why we have you, Claire. That's the only reason your superiors would even consider sending you away, when the bases need as much personnel as they can get.
I could feel the heat rising in my heart as it sped up, the blood drawing from my face. He said nothing, though, staring at me without even moving until the mix of embarrassment and fear made me want to snap. I didn't reply, opting instead to redirect my attention to Tanner, who was walking in front of us. Guilt gnawed at me as I avoided Jerry for the rest of the day, lost in my thoughts and doubts. There was no way he could know, but the man was too intelligent for his own good. He must have picked up a pattern. Nevertheless, we had a job to do, whether he approved of it or not. Nightfall brought us to a dead-end tunnel, where we decided to rest and replenish our energy with rations. As we settled in, I took up the first watch, positioning myself at the edge of the group, my gaze fixated on the seemingly endless tunnels stretching out before us. My mind was a whirlwind of uncertainty. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on my shoulders. Jerry's distrust in me had both flattered and intimidated me. What if I failed? What if my decisions led us astray, or worse, to our demise? The weight of those possibilities made it difficult to focus on the task at hand. The silence of the night was broken only by the distant sounds of dripping water and the muffled breathing of my comrades. My thoughts swirled in a chaotic dance, unable to find a solid path forward. I couldn't shake the feeling that everything hinged on me, that our survival depended on my ability to rise above my doubts, to do what needed to be done. Lost in my own inner turmoil, I remained motionless, my eyes scanning the tunnels, searching for any signs of danger. The darkness seemed to stretch on endlessly, a void waiting to swallow us whole. In that moment, I understood the gravity of our mission. The fate of humanity rested on our shoulders, and I couldn't afford to let doubt cloud my judgment. As the night wore on, I continued to stare into the tunnels, my mind racing with plans and responsibilities. The weight of the world felt heavier than ever, but deep down, I knew that I had to find the strength to carry it. The future of humanity depended on it, and I wouldn't let them down. I had just managed to drift off to sleep when the scream shattered my silence. My body jerked upright in my bedroll, heart pounding. Adrenaline surged through me, and I scrambled for my weapons, hearing the others do the same. We were in a tunnel, deep beneath the surface of the earth, and the darkness closed in around us like a shroud. The tunnel was lit up by a flare, casting an eerie orange glow over everything. And what I saw made my blood run cold. It was a Nebulax robot, large and alien and powerful. It was hunched over one of my squad members, its long, spiny limbs wrapping around him like a python. The soldier screamed,
No!
and the sound sent chills down my spine. Without hesitation, we opened fire. Our weapons blazed, filling the tunnel with deafening noise and blinding flashes of light. But the robot didn't seem to notice. Its metallic skin absorbed the impact of our bullets with ease, and it continued to feed on the soldier, who was now thrashing and gasping for air. Panic surged through me. We had no training in fighting these machines, and nothing we did seemed to be working. The Nebulax was impervious to our weapons, and I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach. Were we going to die down here? Trapped in this godforsaken tunnel? But then, I remembered something. A moment from my first fight with the Nebulax, when I'd given one of the machines a blow to the shin. It had buckled. It was a small victory, but it had stuck in my mind. I grabbed my switchblade and darted forward. The robot was still engrossed in feeding on the other soldier, its sharp teeth tearing into his flesh. I plunged the blade into its shin, twisting it with all my might. The robot let out a screech, and its grip on the soldier loosened. I pulled him away, dragging him to safety as my squad mates continued to pour fire into the Nebulax. Its blood was somewhat orange and gold in color, and it sizzled as it hit the ground. "So that's how you kill one of them, huh?" I muttered, half to myself. But the victory was short-lived. The Nebulax shook off our assault, rising to its full height. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. We were outmatched. Outnumbered even with more numbers on our side and outgunned. But we had a mission to complete, and we couldn't let the Nebulax win. I yelled to my squad, urging them to keep fighting. We had to work together, to find the machine's weakness and exploit it. We couldn't let our fear paralyze us, or we'd be dead in a matter of minutes. The Nebulax moved with incredible speed, its limbs whirring as it attacked us. I dodged and weaved, feeling my heart racing in my chest. My body was slick with sweat, my breath coming in ragged gasps. But we were making progress. Our weapons weren't doing much damage, but we were managing to chip away at the Nebulax's armor. Its movements became noticeably slower and its attacks less precise. And then, I saw it. A nick in its armor. A spot where the metal was weaker. I yelled to my squad, pointing it out, and we focused our fire at that spot. The Nebulax let out a final, ear-splitting screech, and then it collapsed in a heap on the ground. We stood there, panting and sweating, staring at the twisted, mangled remains of the machine. We won. For now. After we had treated our wounds, Jerry and his scientists got to work on the body while the rest of my squad packed up. We were weary, on edge, but relieved to be alive. The encounter with the Nebulax had left us shaken, our bodies bruised and battered. But we couldn't afford to stall due to our injuries. There was too much at stake. As we gathered our gear, the scent of blood and sweat still hung in the air, a constant reminder of the danger we had faced. The tunnel mouth loomed before us, its darkness seeming to swallow my hopes. We were ready for anything. Or so I thought. And then, another sound reached our ears, cutting through the tense silence. It was a faint noise, almost imperceptible at first, but it grew louder with each passing second. We scrambled for our weapons, instincts kicking in. Fear and adrenaline surged through my veins, making my heart race. I aimed my gun at the tunnel mouth, my hands trembling slightly. The others did the same, their eyes darting anxiously, searching for any sign of danger. The weight of the moment pressed upon us, the unknown lurking in the shadows. But to my relief, it was only a group of people emerging from the darkness. Men, women, and children, their faces etched with exhaustion and desperation. They stumbled forward, their clothes tattered and dirty, their bodies weak from hunger. They were looking for help, for food, for a glimmer of hope in this time of despair and anguish. I lowered my weapon, my heart softening as I looked upon their worn faces. Despite our own struggles, I couldn't turn them away. They were survivors, and in their eyes, I saw the same fear and determination that fueled our mission. I motioned for my squad to stand down, and we cautiously approached the newcomers. They were hesitant at first, wary of our presence. But as I spoke to them in a soothing voice, assuring them that we were not their enemies, their eyes filled with a flicker of hope. I attended to them myself, my hands gentle, as I offered what little supplies and provisions we could spare, not knowing how long we would need them. Their gratitude was immense, their tired smiles a proof of the power of human kindness in the face of danger. They shared their stories of survival, of loved ones they had lost, and places they had to endure already. As I listened, my heart ached for them. I knew that if we didn't succeed in our mission, if we didn't find any way to stop the Nebulax, no one would survive their wrath. These people, these innocent lives, were just a fraction of those who would fall victim to the merciless creatures that plagued our world. But I couldn't let despair and fear take everything from me. I had a duty, a responsibility to protect not only my squad but also these people who had sought refuge with us. We had to find a way to fight back, to reclaim our world from the horrors that had overtaken it. With renewed determination, I bid farewell to the survivors, their faces etched in my memory. They were a reminder of why we are on this mission, why we risk our lives to get to the mothership without detection. They reminded me why I would do anything to succeed, even if I had to nuke a whole city to make sure they were gone. I gasped at my thoughts, ignoring the worried look Celeste sent my way. I finally understood why the generals were always ready to drop a nuke. No sacrifice is too small, or too large, or too taxing or too horrible to save the world. The team and I arrived at the stretch of tunnel right under the Nebulax mothership. We were exhausted from the long journey, and this brief moment of respite, before we charge, guns blazing, was a welcome relief. As the team sat down to rest, I took the opportunity to stretch my legs, feeling the soreness dissipate as I extended my muscles. My heart raced, not just from the physical strain, but also from the weight of the mission resting heavy on my shoulders. Jerry's gaze bore into me, his eyes watching my every move like a hawk. I could feel his intensity, his suspicion, as if he were searching for any signs of weakness or doubt. Avoiding his eye contact became my instinct, as if it would shield me from his penetrating scrutiny. My body tensed in response, a subtle defensive reaction that betrayed my unease. Celeste, as usual, was in her element. She busied herself setting up the charges. The metallic clinks and clanks of the tools echoed through the tunnel, intermingling with the distant hum of the mothership's engines above. It was an eerie symphony, a cacophony of impending danger and desperate hope. The smell of oil and dampness lingered in the air, a reminder of the hidden depths that we had ventured into. I watched as Celeste meticulously positioned her explosives, her face a mask of focused wariness. Watching her work her magic was like a dance. Each movement she made seemed purposeful and deliberate. As she finished her task, she glanced up at us, her voice cutting through the tension like a sharp blade.
Get out of range!
Celeste yelled urgently. We scrambled to our feet, a surge of adrenaline propelling us forward. The ground beneath us seemed to tremble in anticipation, mirroring the turmoil within me. We raced back towards the mouth of the tunnel, our footsteps echoing loudly in the narrow space. A distant roar of the explosives being triggered pierced the air, drowning out all other sounds. A thunderous boom reverberated through the tunnel, shaking the very foundation of the earth. The cacophony of destruction enveloped us, assaulting our senses with its raw power. Dust particles danced in the air, a hazy veil that temporarily obscured our vision. As the last person, Celeste, of course, cleared out of the tunnel, I caught a glimpse of the chaos behind us. A torrent of concrete and debris crashed down, obliterating the path that we had just traversed. The force of the impact was staggering, a testament to the magnitude of our mission. I couldn't help but feel a surge of relief, that we had escaped without injuries, that we had narrowly avoided being crushed under the weight of the falling rubble. We stood there, gasping for breath, the adrenaline still coursing through our veins. The acrid smell of dust and burning remnants filled our nostrils, a sharp contrast to the sterile environment we had left behind. Sweat trickled down my forehead, mingling with the grime and dirt that coated my skin. The taste of victory, mingled with the tang of fear in my mouth. An intoxicating blend that both invigorated and unnerved me. Way to go, Celeste. Remind me never to cross you again. She grinned.
Yes, boss.
Immediately, the dust from the explosive cleared. Celeste and the team climbed through the open concrete one by one. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, propelling me forward as we pulled our comrades and the scientists with their equipment. The air was thick with tension, and the weight of our mission pressed heavily upon us. It was time, and I felt so nervous. The fate of humanity. We stood together, contemplating our next move, our gazes fixed on the hunk of otherworldly metal hanging ominously above us, the underside of the mothership. Whispers filled the air as we strategized, the sound barely audible against the backdrop of destruction. I could feel the weight of the world on my shoulders, a heavy burden that threatened to overwhelm me. Each breath I took was accompanied by a sharp pang of fear and determination. There was no turning back now. The fate of humanity hung in the balance. Operation Humanity is a go. As we deliberated, a sudden shrill beeping pierced through the silence. My heart skipped a beat, and panic surged through me like an electric shock. Time seemed to slow as my eyes darted around, searching for the source of the alarm. The beeping grew louder, drowning out all other sounds, a cacophony of danger echoing in my ears. I barked orders in horror, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and urgency. The team sprang into action, scrambling for cover as the ground beneath us quivered. The metal above our heads groaned and creaked, threatening to collapse on us. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to seek safety, but my duty kept me rooted in place. The air became suffocating, tainted with the acrid scent of burning metal. The scent mingled with the metallic tang of my fear that hung in the air. Sweat trickled down my forehead, mixing with the dust and grime that covered my face. My hands trembled, and my fingers clenched into tight fists, my body ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. With a deafening crash, a chunk of the metal broke free, hurtling towards us like a lethal projectile. Time snapped back into motion, and I reacted on pure instinct. I dived to the ground, rolling away just in time to avoid the deadly projectile. The impact shook the ground beneath me, and debris rained down, filling the air with a symphony of crashing and clanging. As the dust settled, my heart pounded in my chest, a rapid drumbeat of survival. I struggled to my feet, my muscles protesting against the exertion. But there was no time to rest. Through the haze, I saw them. The Nebulax robots, emerging from the shadows, their metallic forms gleaming with a malevolent glow. Adrenaline surged through me once more, overriding my exhaustion. I barked out commands, my voice strong, even as fear gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. The team rallied around me, their eyes mirroring my resolve. We stood together, ready to face them. All except for the scientists. They stood within our circle, tinkering with their machine. I just hoped that they would be done faster. The air hummed with the sound of machinery, the mechanical footsteps of the Nebulax robots growing louder with each passing second. My heart pounded in my ears, drowning out all other sounds. My fear twisted in my gut, threatening to consume me, but I pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. In that moment, time seemed to slow once more. The world narrowed down to the imminent clash between humanity and the otherworldly threat. With a surge of adrenaline and unwavering determination, I raised my weapon, ready to fight for our survival. The battle had just begun, and for some reason I'm smack dab right in the middle. The Nebulax robots rushed towards me faster than I could blink. Then Tannis stepped in with his gun, keeping them back. He turned to me, a small smile on his face.
No such thing as aliens, eh, boss?
I chuckled, and so did he. He nodded to me.
You do what you need to do.
I nodded back. In the chaos of the fight, I managed to sneak Jerry into the mothership. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning metal, and the distant echoes of explosions reverberating through the hull. My heart pounded in my chest as adrenaline coursed through my veins, fueling my determination to complete our mission. As we entered the dimly lit corridor, I turned to Jerry, urgency etched in every single line across my face. "We need to sweep the entire area for the key to the robots," I urged him, my voice barely audible over the clanging of metal and distant shouts of the enemy soldiers. "The controls!" Jerry nodded, his eyes filled with the strength that matched my own. We moved swiftly, cautiously, our senses heightened. This is a high-stakes operation, the highest I have ever gone. Humanity lost the day the Nebulax came. I would make sure we win today. Every footstep echoed loudly in the metallic confines, making my heart skip a beat with every sound. We searched every nook and cranny, peering into rooms cluttered with alien technology, but found no sign of the controls. Frustration gnawed at me, mingling with the adrenaline that still surged through my veins. Sweat trickled down my forehead, mixing with the dirt and grime on my face. Finally, we reached the control hub, a room pulsating with colored lights and the hum of machinery. Jerry's eyes widened as he surveyed the array of screens and buttons, a hint of fascination glimmering in his gaze. "I know you're in love with the place, Jerry, but it needs to go. Destroy it," I commanded, my voice strained with the weight of our mission. "We can't risk them regaining control of the robots." Jerry hesitated, his fingers hovering over the controls.
"But Claire,"
he began, his voice filled with uncertainty.
"this computer could come in handy one day. Think of the information we could gather from it."
Anger surged within me, battling with the exhaustion and fear that threatened to overwhelm me. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. "This is not the time for sentimentality, Jerry," I snapped. "We can't afford to leave this in their hands. Destroy it!" His face twisted with stubborn defiance. Jerry crossed his arms, refusing to comply. Panic welled up inside me, the weight of our mission bearing down on my shoulders. I couldn't let his hesitation jeopardize everything we had fought for. Without another word, I launched myself at him, my fists connecting with his jaw. The impact reverberated through my knuckles, the pain mingling with a sense of vindication. Jerry stumbled backwards clumsily, his eyes wide with shock and betrayal, before collapsing to the ground in a crumpled heap. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. There was no time for remorse now. I approached the control hub, my hand trembling as I reached for a small device tucked into my utility belt. With practiced efficiency, I attached it to the console, ensuring a complete lockdown of the enemy's central command. As the device beeped, confirming the success of this task, I turned my attention to Jerry's unconscious body. Regret weighed heavily on my chest, but I knew I had made the right choice. I couldn't let sentimentality cloud my judgment. I dragged him away from the control hub, his body leaving a trail in the dusty corridor. The sounds of battle raged on the outside, distant, but a constant reminder of the dangers that still lurked. I glanced back at the control hub one last time, the pulsating lights casting an eerie glow on the walls. This sacrifice would not be in vain. Taking a deep breath, I hoisted Jerry over my shoulder and made my way towards the rendezvous point. The echoes of my footsteps faded into the chaos, each stride carrying me farther from the control hub. As we disappeared into the shadows of the mothership, determination burned bright within me. We had achieved a victory today, even if it came at a personal cost. And as the weight of Jerry's unconscious body pressed against my back, it was time to go. The general would have sent the alert already. I ran out into the chaos. "Alrighty, folks, it's about time we got out of here." The squad and I packed up and ran for our lives. The adrenaline surged through my veins as we sprinted through the streets, leaving the dark, claustrophobic tunnels behind, and the robots coming right after. I counted the seconds as my heart pounded in my chest, a steady rhythm echoing the urgency in my mind. And when the boom shook the world, I stopped running. Earth 1, Nebulax 0. I could taste the acrid smoke in the air, a bitter reminder of the destruction that had unfolded around us. I glanced over my shoulder, relieved to see the Nebulax robots no longer chasing after us. The once relentless pursuers had just stopped, as the mothership erupted into flames, an inferno of chaos. "Sit down, everyone," I called out, my voice strained yet resolute. "We need to take a moment and celebrate." My squad, weary but triumphant, collapsed onto the pavement. Celeste and Tanner produced a couple of beers that they had saved for this very occasion. The sound of their bottles clinking together cut through the tense silence, filling the air with feelings of camaraderie and relief. I lowered myself to the ground, the rough texture of the asphalt scratching against my palms. The cool evening breeze danced through the streets, carrying away the smoke and leaving behind the subtle sense of calm. I took a deep breath, savoring the sweet scent of victory, mingling with the lingering odor of destruction. Just as I began to relax, a faint groan caught my attention. Jerry. His eyes flashed open, filled with an unmistakable rage. I watched his face contort, his lips twisting into a snarl as he struggled to speak through the pain.
You fool!
Jerry's voice quivered, with a mixture of anger and desperation.
Blowing up that mothership! It was the worst mistake you could have made! We could have used the tech to at least find a way to stop the rest!
Confusion clouded my thoughts, and I opened my mouth to question his words. But before I could form the words, a sound shook the very core of my being. A tremendous sonic boom thundered through the sky, drowning out any further protest. The ground beneath us trembled, the vibrations resonating through my body like an electric shock. The world seemed to slow down, each passing moment stretching into eternity. My eyes rose to the heavens, and the blood drained from my face. A fleet of colossal ships emerged from the clouds, darkening the sky with their ominous presence. They loomed above us, vast and unyielding, like a harbinger of our doom. One ship after another materialized, spreading across the horizon, until the once rowdy celebrations of my squad were silenced. The air grew heavy, suffocating under the weight of fear. This is it. I truly messed up. This was not a battle we could win. This is the real day humanity lost, and I was the architect of our downfall. A whisper escaped my trembling lips, barely audible above the deafening silence that surrounded us. This is all my fault. I stared into the eyes of my squad, my hands trembling, realizing the magnitude of my failure. The world had shifted beneath our feet, and there was no escape from the impending darkness. Regret and guilt swirled within me, drowning out any trace of hope that remained. In that moment, as the ships descended upon us, like vultures descending upon their prey, I gulped, and the Nebulax landed.
Piotr, I see them. Hurry! I can't get my foot out. Come help me. Please, help!
Vanya stopped for a moment, looking back at his friend with whom he had escaped from a forced labor camp located within southern Siberia. It wasn't just the Gulag guards that were after them. Everything in the brutal Altai wilderness was out to get them.
Vanyusha, please, brother.
Piotr whined while trying to pry his foot out from under a boulder that had him pinned in a shallow ditch. Vanya could see a few torches between the trees well behind him, and coming closer. They had already lost a few brothers on the way. He and his friend were the last ones to escape the grasp of the angry guards, out for blood. If only they could get to a secret cavern in the mountains located just a little further, the two of them would be safe. Still on the run, but safe from the suffering they had endured for years.
My ankle is shattered. Come, help me move this boulder. I can't do it myself.
Vanya made a couple of steps back toward him when he heard the squeals of Dmitri, the single prisoner left alive from their group and leading the guards toward them. Potentially leading them in the direction of the cavern, the hiding place spoken of in legends, the safe haven the escapees were searching for. He froze, looking at Pyotr with tears in his eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, he said, then ran away, leaving his friend to be found by the worst enemy he could imagine. A few minutes later, 5 men arrived at the spot, finding a bloody mess of a corpse instead of Pyotr, lodged in a little ditch between the frozen ground and a boulder. He had grabbed his makeshift knife and stabbed himself in the neck, just to avoid being brought back to the camp. The commander of the group scowled and looked over the sight with disgust. He ordered his 3 men to uproot the body and place it to the side so that they could pick it up easily on their return.
I'm doing you a mercy, not making you do that yourself, Dmitri. You've been very cooperative. I hope you haven't changed your mind.
Dmitri whimpered a little, seeing Pyotr like that. They were brought to the camp together, worked on the same farmland, learned in the same school, and were even in love with the same girl at one point. It was as if he was seeing himself in that ditch. No, he said quietly. I'll take you there. Vanya has no other place to go. What would make someone like Dmitri willingly give up his friends isn't something to be judged or scorned. For none can know the horrors endured on the hard grounds of Siberia, nor what was being held against him. In the grey of the Siberian sundown, he and the 4 guards were making their way toward the cavern after Pyotr's body had been prepared for pickup. The commander didn't have orders to bring back the dead to be buried, but as proof that he did everything he could to bring them back alive, to keep a tally in their books as well. The entrance of the cavern was a mere crack in the jagged mountains, hidden between trees and shrubbery. Easy to miss if it wasn't for the small lake some 500 meters to its side. The 5 men approached the lean shore of the lake, which was frozen almost solid. The remaining waters beneath the ice, dark and secretive. Everything was silent, apart from the hoots of the snowy owls that hid in the surrounding forest. Dmitri paused suddenly. Why have you stopped? The commander snarled. Have we arrived? He grabbed his arm and squeezed it tightly, pressing the wasted prisoner close to him to look into his eyes. The sharp pain that shot up his arm and to his neck from the clutch made Dmitri cry out. But that didn't bother him half as much as what he thought he saw in the direction of the cavern. Yes, he let out, his eyes fixed upon a point in the base of the mountain, presently less than 500 meters from them. The commander followed his intense gaze to where it traveled and squinted a little when he noticed what lay in front of the fissure on the rocky side. He gulped. Move! Move! He growled at his men and pointed to where both he and Dmitri were staring. He started dragging him after they had passed them, squeezing his arm even stronger to the point of breaking. The prisoner was squirming in the grasp and trying to fight him off, to turn away and run back to the dense forest where Pyotr had perished, and even all the way back to the gulag. Everything had changed in those minutes in which they were closing in on the entrance. The fissure rose high above some evergreen trees, the only way one would know it was there. Below that were decrepit shrubs and fallen branches, encircling a small plateau that was an extension of the shore. It was covered with sand. Bloodied sand. And on that sand lay another body. A husk of a body. The entire skin flayed clean of a man, and thrown out as if it were nothing but a piece of cloth. Deflated and wrinkled.
Vanyusha, Dmitri murmured. What the hell is this?
The commander whispered through his teeth and let go of Dmitri's arm, letting him drop to the ground. He was stupefied. One of his men was retching at the side, his torch almost extinguished where it had fallen next to him. The two others were already backing up toward the lake, their light flickering away from the commander. Dmitri was on his knees. He didn't understand what went wrong. He was shaking. The commander was standing next to him, trying to control his fear and anger, both surging through him like fire. He was examining the scene, wondering how something like it could have happened, wondering how he would explain it to his superiors. The grey sky was illuminating the scene barely, and with the remaining torches leaving his field of view, he could only see bits and pieces of what was in front of them. His eyes travelled from the discarded skin toward the shrubs, where he caught a small glimpse of the entrance. Then it moved up towards the peaks of the high trees, tracing the ending of the fissure in the rock more than 5 meters above the ground. Just where it stopped, and only bare rock was visible, there was an inscription written in what the commander could only imagine was blood. His face distorted. He almost fell to his knees as well. He didn't know what to make of it. The words in bold, arterial blood above the entrance said simply, "Abandon all hope." Part 1. The Journey. Over 200 years later, humanity was much different than in the early 1930s, though certain traditions had remained from the ways of old in a few places around the globe. The astronauts of the Argo had other things to follow, however, other ventures of humankind to explore than appeasing demanding gods or performing rituals. They had been on a steady course toward an object past Neptune, itself moving in the direction of the furthermost planet of our solar system. For the past 15 years, the four had journeyed with the hope of making first contact. Vittori, stats on approach.
Clear, Commander.
The pilot answered.
Probably won't even need to engage thrusters to adjust our bearing. The Triton gravity assist led us perfectly in the desired course.
Good, Jordan answered, a faint smile appearing on his lips, which Vittori caught and returned. The mission specialist Watanabe wasn't smiling. She was listening to their exchange and looking out of the main porthole at the object that still remained a faint speck to the naked eye. She took a few notes on her tablet, then flung herself over to a console on the other side of the main capsule with balletic ease, possible only in 0G. The readings they were getting worried her, but she decided to keep them to herself before she would know for sure what the problem was. She and her ground control team already had their doubts, even before the Argo left Earth's gravity and sent the Argonauts on a potentially futile mission. But at least they got some amazing new data on the outer solar system. Data she was diligently sending back home, hoping that at least something would come out of the most expensive international collaboration in space of the early 22nd century. Their fourth and most elusive crew member was tucked up in the last capsule, or engineering as they called it, whispering sweet nothings to their nuclear fission generator, doing everything he could to keep it purring until they reached their final destination. It was on its last breath. He felt the pressure of responsibility for meeting Earth's first cosmic visitors even more than Commander Jordan could imagine.
Liang,
He heard his name over comms.
are you gonna join us for dinner this time? A small celebration, isn't it?
He turned the volume of the comms fully down and continued with his work. Liang was wasting away slowly, but he didn't care. It was just the way his mind worked. Hyperfocus doesn't need sustenance or companionship. It needs productivity. Besides, he had told Watanabe to keep Jordan and Vittori off his back. He expected her to come through. Little did he know that she had other things to worry about than keeping his peace. A few minutes later, he heard Jordan's voice again. I expect you to answer me when I call on you. Liang turned angrily at the comms to see why they were still on, but he was suddenly faced with the commander's figure looming at the hatch, his legs curled up to his stomach as he was getting ready to float in. You can't keep doing this, Yao. Commander Jordan's tone was friendly and worried. He was already gripping the metal railing next to Liang to hold himself in place.
I'm doing everything I can to maintain the vessel, Commander.
The response he got from his engineer didn't match his energy, much like Jordan had expected their interaction to play out. Do we need to have the talk again? He asked. Liang was staring into his eyes. Something in that expression sent chills down Jordan's back. The engineer repeated the same phrase, then returned to his work, his skinny fingers tapping away on a small console directly affecting their propulsion systems. After watching him work for almost a minute without moving, Jordan gave up waiting for an answer. He had known Yao Liang for too long to act like he knew what to say to him to get him out of one of his funks or moods, which seemed to worsen as they were getting closer to the object.
I'll send Watanabe over with some food. Don't turn her away, too.
Jordan paused with his back to Liang and sighed.
I don't want to have to order you to eat, Yao. Not again.
He switched the comms back on before leaving engineering. Suddenly,
Greetings, Argo,
boomed over comms. Jordan had pushed himself out of engineering and gathered enough momentum not to be able to turn back and listen to the full message from Earth there.
We've had a breakthrough. We expect to hear news about a spectacular find regarding the mission from our own backyard.
Echoed out of the last capsule. The commander peeked back a little and could see Liang gaping through the opened hatch, then turning the volume completely down again as he was floating away. Shit. While the astronauts of the Argo were dealing with their mission and the prolonged effects of being in space for almost 15 years, something completely different was happening back on Earth. Sat on a wooden stool somewhere in southern Siberia was Yana, a girl of about 10-ish with long, dark hair braided in the back. Her family had taken her to a sacred place in the wilderness and away from her home to participate in a ritual she was born to perform. Yana was wincing as an older woman was finishing a tattoo on her shoulder by pressing an ancient tool into her skin to pierce and scar it, after which she would slather a mixture of soot and fat over the open wound. The little girl's eyes lit up as a beautiful, tall woman entered the archaic yurt, which was built solely for this occasion.
Mama!
The woman smiled at her as she was grabbing a bowl of water and a few clean towels. Then she approached the tattooing station and kissed her forehead.
Yanushka.
Her mother whispered with a soft yet solemn tone.
Almost done.
The girl was looking up at the woman, her eyes swelling with tears.
Alyosha has your favorite horse ready,
she added, and brushed off a few of the tears that ran down Yanushka's cheeks.
Has the anesthetic worn off? Does it hurt?
The girl shook her head.
What is it then, my sweet princess?
The mother knelt at her daughter's eye level. The tattooist wasn't very happy to suddenly find herself face to face with the woman as well. She was adding the final touch to the piece, a griffin's beak that somehow fit perfectly on a stag's body with whirly Capricorn antlers. An ancient image that all of the maidens of ice had worn on their shoulder.
What if I'm not the right one, Mama?
Sweet princess.
Something stirred in front of the yurt. The tattooist scowled at the woman, prompting her to leave them in order to check and handle whatever was going on outside. The girl turned toward the old woman and peeked down at her tiny shoulder smudged with black soot, fat, and blood.
What if I'm not the right one?
She repeated softly. The old woman said nothing in return. She wiped the gunk off the girl's arm with water, then pointed at the table where her mother had prepared an assortment of creams and antibiotics for her to use and take. The tattoo blackened against her glowing, youthful skin. It marked her for greatness. The message from Earth left a mark on the Argo. They were more than 4.5 billion kilometers away from Yanushka, intercepting what they expected to be a spaceship from a distant civilization. And yet all of the excitement seemed to dim, and it was replaced by dread and doubt.
So what exactly was the find?
Watanabe asked.
Have either of you heard about this before we left?
Vittori was catching candy with her lips in midair. She was trying to distract herself and keep a lighter mood to the heavy conversation they were having. No, Jordan replied.
Even if we knew about it, even if they found something there, how would we know it was the same civilization?
Vittori eventually added.
How would we know that it wasn't just some human settlement? Remember back in the day when they thought the pyramids were built by aliens?
She snorted a chuckle and crunched into a sweet with her front teeth. Watanabe and Jordan were glaring at her. They took the message quite seriously. I doubt Mission Control would be sending us conspiracy theories from back in the day. This must be...
What? Must be what?
Vittori giggled.
Truth? Proof? We don't even know what the expedition found there, Ken.
She added cynically.
I like to think that we're the ones on the right path, that our mission is still worth the time.
Their time. Their life. Franca Vittori was always an optimist, always set herself up as the center of the universe, and always saw her path as the only righteous one. She didn't want to think that their mission was of less importance, not after everything that she and her crewmates had to go through, even before stepping foot on the Argo. Everything they left behind, and all the years spent in its tight quarters together. Just the four of them, making a great sacrifice for the benefit of all humankind. The commander had his back turned to them, and spoke as he gazed at the cosmic speck that was becoming larger as they were approaching it slowly. It won't nullify our mission, Vittori. He glanced at Watanabe over his shoulder, who was frowning as usual. Are you finally going to tell us what the recordings are showing? Or do you think simple engineers like the two of us wouldn't understand what they mean? Vittori was confused by his question and stopped eating her candy, scanning him and then Watanabe, unsure about what she had witnessed. She eventually turned to their mission specialist, sent to overlook the object and estimate the origin of its make, expecting a simple answer, the same one she was certain was right for over 15 years. The console behind Watanabe was blinking in a few different colors, creating a glow around her in the predominant red. She was looking down, and Jordan could tell that she was calculating how to drop a massive truth bomb on them. The message from Earth wouldn't even compare. That much he was sure of.
I know what I need to do to keep us going in the right direction, Commander.
Liang's voice came through on comms, startling the other three Argonauts. What? What are you talking about? After a brief moment, Jordan snapped back at him. There was just static. Liang! Suddenly, An alarm started going, and the main console was showing a warning. Vittori pushed herself to the pilot's station.
Course correction engaged from engineering?
She screeched.
Liang! What are you doing?
As the alarm was echoing throughout the entire ship, Jordan was already pushing himself toward the last capsule. He could already tell that the internal hatch was sealed. Watanabe was stunned at first, then followed after the commander. She knew Liang was in a fragile state, and yet she still told him what her readings of the object were, before telling the rest. She thought this was her doing, and that Liang's behavior was directly influenced by her revealing the secret. How would she tell the others, she thought? How will they handle what was about to unravel, because she didn't know how to communicate the single most important part of their mission? There wasn't a need for revelations back on Earth in front of Yanushka's yurt. Everyone that was there knew why they had gathered in the middle of nowhere in a secluded region of Siberia, nestled between the borders of Russia, Mongolia, and China. They were all there for her, to send the Maiden of Ice on her journey which would either make or break her as the shaman who speaks to the gods. The one of greatest importance, not solely for them, but the entire world as they believed.
There she is.
Alyosha announced her exit from the yurt. He was her older brother by a decade, and was proud to show it as he stepped closer to the entrance and gently took her hand to help her out. Their mother was standing next to Yanushka's horse, a black gelding with a sole white streak on its snout, adorned with a harness made in full after the designs that had stayed with their people for countless generations. She waited for her children to approach her, mount their horses, and leave the safety of her watch. However hard she tried, she could never convince the elders to let her ride with them to the sacred place of legend. Such was not the way. But nor was galloping through the wilderness on horseback anymore. For almost 2 decades, her people hadn't lived in the same way as their ancestors did. They had changed most of their ways and were a little too accustomed to living in cities, enjoying the modern environment, than the wild and mountainous spaces of southern Siberia.
Don't worry,
Ivan said to her as he was coming to inspect the horse himself.
She's in good hands.
He had no trouble boasting that he was one of the few left who could mount an expedition through the wilderness any longer.
It's not you that I'm doubting, nor the terrain.
Yanushka's mother responded.
What then? The girl?
Ivan's thick eyebrows were raised almost to his hairline. He took a look at the little potential shaman.
She will become of the highest praise,
he added, trying to smile at the mother, but her cold glare shook the smile off his face.
You don't need me to tell you that,
he continued seriously, then turned and looked at his own horse after checking if everything was right with the gelding.
She's too young,
the woman said silently once Ivan was out of earshot.
My sweet princess.
The little girl and her brother were beaming. She more so than him. Alyosha shared her mother's concerns and wasn't fully committed to taking his sister through a ritual he didn't fully believe had anything to do with what was said among his people since the dawn of time. He was of 2 minds, in fact. On one hand, Alyosha thought that risking Yana's life for a fairy tale was ludicrous and had a backup plan to stir their horses back to the city. On the other, however, if the sayings were right, it was the world that he would be risking. He played along for now and held his sister's little hand as if she were made out of glass. He would grin at Yanushka every time she would look up at him, barely seeing anything from her headdress. Then he would softly reassure her that she was doing good, as all of the people present at the ceremony threw dried flowers before her feet.
Let me take a good look at you.
The mother took the girl's face with both hands. Yanushka's inquisitive stare made her upper lip quiver.
Listen to your brother, and once you arrive, do only as your grandmother told you. Do not stray from the path, sweet princess.
I know the way, Mama,
Yanushka replied, then stopped. She looked like she had something to ask, but changed her mind before she did.
We have to go. We need to reach the forest before the sun sets to set up camp for the night.
Alyosha told his mother. She glanced at him.
I know what to do.
He answered her glance.
Don't be stupid. Take your sister where she must go.
His mother said sternly, understanding his intentions without him even saying them aloud. She then picked Yanushka up from the ground and placed her on the saddle.
I'll be waiting for you to come back, however long it takes, whatever way you are when you do.
No other words of love were as potent as the ones spoken by a mother sending her daughter on a journey to what could have been the gates of hell itself. Alyosha took the reins of Yanushka's gelding and walked with them to his horse. He looked back at all the people who were sending them out in the wilderness, and who believed that his sister was more than a girl.
Give me the reins and mount your horse,
said Ivan, coming toward him.
No, I'll lead her out like this. I'll hop on once we reach the first line of trees,
he replied. Alyosha noted the enchantment in his sister's stare, in the way she was looking back as well, at their mother waving, but also at all of those people rejoicing in her journey. He wanted her to have that image in her mind when they would arrive at the sacred place in the mountains. Liang! Commander Jordan started pounding on the hatch the moment he reached the last capsule. He peeked inside through the little window, finding Liang sitting at his usual station, glaring out at him.
Not responding on comms, Commander.
I can see that, he muttered. Watanabe arrived and glanced inside through the window as well.
He looks scared,
she noted. He is, Jordan said, then pressed his command code into the terminal of the hatch, initiating an override. He was ready to go inside and kill him for derailing the mission that they'd been hard at executing for a long time. Liang shuddered when he heard the hatch opening, but no one came in. The commander was holding Watanabe, stopping her from entering the last capsule. Give him a second. He paused. Do you know what this is about? She flinched. Care to tell me? Share what you've been keeping? He wasn't even looking at her. Jordan could tell she had information about their mission that was absolutely devastating, and had made both her and Liang into husks of people for a few months. He just wondered how much longer she would have held on to it without telling him.
You want to do this here and now?
Watanabe asked quietly. Jordan let her go and opened the hatch. He held on to the frame, popping only his head inside. I think you should join us at the main capsule, Yao, he snarled at him. And just so we're clear, this is not a negotiation. It's an order. He turned and pushed himself off into the long hallway. Vittori was peeking from the other side, expecting a very different situation to unfold inside engineering. Once he arrived at the main capsule, he sat next to Vittori and strapped himself in his chair. He took a deep breath in, trying to contain his rage as best he could, then asked, through gritted teeth, Why are you not calculating how far off course we are? Jordan looked out of the porthole. He couldn't even find the object out there anymore.
Far enough not to be able to return without an assist.
Liang answered in her stead, as he was coming inside the capsule, followed closely by Watanabe.
Or a prolonged pulse which would burn through all our remaining liquid hydrogen. I calculated everything a month ago.
Damn you, Yao!
Vittori couldn't stop herself.
Why would you do that?
The answer to that question wasn't an easy one, which was why Watanabe never shared her interpretation of the readings that she had collected off the object, nor how Earth had responded to her misgivings about their mission. As time went on, it became harder to share it with Vittori and Jordan, so she kept putting it off, until one day she had to tell someone. She was closest to Liang, so it naturally ended up being him. He didn't take the news lightly either. Watanabe couldn't avoid the explanation any longer. The object wasn't a spacecraft. It wasn't an artificially produced interstellar vessel coming to greet mankind. It was a piece of cosmic debris so shapely and strange in its behavior that it sparked the creative imagination more so than scientific explanation. Such instances weren't unheard of. They were simply so rare that there wasn't enough evidence and data collected on them in the past to make them easy to understand. That lack of evidence was filled by the desire to discover if we were alone in the universe, and allowed for such a massive leap of faith that eventually yielded the Argo mission.
I believe that only one such object was ever discovered in our solar system, at the beginning of the previous century when they had even less powerful tools than we do now.
Watanabe explained.
They called it Oumuamua, which means scout.
She paused.
They also thought it might have been alien in nature, but eventually realized it was just a rock.
The object that the Argo was meant to intercept and potentially hail was nicknamed Hermes, like the ancient Greek god that was a messenger to the others in their pantheon. It was a very similar idea that came from a misguided and over-eager expert community. From the data that Earth was able to collect about Hermes through observation via telescopes, it seemed like the object had all the materials necessary to create life or spread it across space. This led many to believe that Hermes was actually built by an ancient race of beings that created hubs of life wherever they went in the vast cosmos, and that they were now coming back to meet their creation.
To answer your question more specifically, Franza,
Young eventually decided to join the conversation, thinking that Watanabe had set the foundations for his own explanation sufficiently.
it was the only thing I could do to keep us a valuable research vessel.
I am the one that makes the decisions here, the commander scoffed, unsure of what else he could have possibly said.
Doesn't matter who makes the decisions out here, Ken.
Liang returned.
There's only the four of us, no one else.
Then we should have made the decision together,
Vittori added.
I couldn't take that risk.
Jordan turned to Watanabe, who had gone silent. He realized that there was a big chance she was involved in Liang's idea. She was the one more interested in the Argo being a research vessel of the two.
A salvage mission. Our own scout to send back data as long as we can,
She said when she felt his rageful stare.
Doing a flyby of Hermes would have been enough. There are other things that we could explore. Things that the Argo could get to even after we
Suffocate,
This was always a one-way trip, Ken.
Liang concluded. Part 2. Seek, and ye shall find. The night after leaving their mother behind at the small camp meant to prepare Yanushka for her journey to the mountains, she, Alyosha, and their guide and guardian Ivan took rest in the mountain forest. The wind was relentless and freezing, electrifying both men with a sense of foreboding as the trees around them moved like they had been possessed by the spirits of the dead. The sweet princess fell asleep the sheer second her head hit the pillow. She had had an eventful and exciting day. It was only natural for her to crave sleep. Alyosha tucked her in and noticed that she had a smile on her dreamy face. He exited the tent, closing it behind him, then joined Ivan near the fire that he had going. The middle-aged man, with thick brows and ruffled hair, was covered in warm blankets, already smoking a pipe. He looked like he was about to doze off, but he was far from it. Something told him that he would be better off guarding their little encampment than venturing into dreams himself.
You should rest too,
he told Alyosha when the young man had made himself comfortable next to the fire, stirring a pot of coffee.
I'm used to long and restless journeys. My body and mind can handle the strain,
he added and grinned.
So can I.
Alyosha hurried to defend himself.
That's not what your face says.
Ivan was taunting him. Alyosha grimaced a smirk, then sat back, looking up into the sky. The peak of the mountain they were meant to reach the next day could be seen behind the evergreen trees. Both were silent for quite a while, listening to the wind and the crackle of the fire. The young man was trying to decide what he was going to do, where he was going to take his little sister. Once the sun came up, they needed to move fast in whichever direction he chose, whether following the path of the shamans up the trail that led to the sacred place, or back in the city to the comfort and safety of their home. He was struggling. He couldn't rest even if he wanted to. Escaping Ivan if he chose the second option would have been a bit of an issue. He considered putting a sleeping powder in his coffee, but realized he might need him if he decided on the first option. Eventually, it got so cold outside that the only decision he was able to make that night was to leave the fire and hide inside the tent from the wind.
Nighty-night,
Ivan said to him when he stood up.
Good night, sir.
I'll wake you up at dawn. It's a long way up that mountain.
Ivan turned to look at the young man.
And boy,
he added before Alyosha entered the tent,
don't pay any mind to the voices out here. That's just the old ones whispering to their messenger. Their words are not meant for you.
Alyosha froze for a moment and looked up at the mountain peak again. The trees below it were shaking from a strong gust of wind and caught his attention. He could have sworn that there were dozens of eyes looking at him from behind the swaying branches. Must have been snowy owls, he thought, since he could almost hear their faint hoots in the distance behind the sound of the wind. Once he went inside the tent, the fatigue of the journey overtook him, and he immediately fell asleep. There might have also been a bit of sleeping powder that Ivan had put in his coffee, as he wanted to do with him.
Rise and shine, little birds.
Ivan's gruff voice was the first thing Alyosha heard in the morning on the other side of the tent. He had missed his opportunity to take Yanushka back to the city. There was no escaping now. No turning back. The young man turned to his sister to wake her and saw that her eyes were already open.
Good morning,
he said.
Did you sleep well?
I had a dream.
She answered with a gloominess to it that didn't become her. Her smile had faded.
Get up. Time to start our trek.
Ivan called on them from outside again.
4 people, floating among the stars, were trying to reach the sacred place.
The girl added.
But they all died before they could reach it.
Alyosha couldn't help but feel a little concerned about her dream, thinking that it was a show of the enormous stress she had been put under, the burden she was taught to carry on her little shoulders.
Come on.
Ivan called out again.
We can't keep them waiting any longer.
So this is it?
Vittori asked Watanabe.
This is all there is to it?
Yes,
she replied.
This is all there is to it.
They were looking at a composite image of the object, rendered by their computer over the last month, compiled from the many images their onboard infrared telescope had taken. The thing was indeed simply a piece of rock, ancient debris that got lost in the universe and made its way to our solar system. It was abundant with the same minerals most commonly found in space, showed signs of interstellar travel that went on without much drama, apart from the tells of its shape that spoke of its violent birth. There was nothing special about the astronomical object, or even how it got there. Vittori opened up a box of candy and began shoving them in her mouth.
Christ,
she murmured with a mouthful of sweets.
I've already sent the images to Mission Control, and the rest of the data,
Watanabe said, lamented almost.
They will be turning to its little telescope to scan it further.
Can't we do more? We're here.
Not even if we changed our course.
Watanabe answered coldly. Young and Jordan were staring intently at each other, almost like they were having a conversation with their minds. The commander was beyond angry, beyond killing him, beyond anything, really. He could hear Vittori and Watanabe speaking. He understood what they eventually ended up finding. His brows tensed as he thought about his life caught in a scenario he didn't expect to end like this one. Should we even wait? A question left his lips before he could process its implications for himself. Watanabe heard him and turned her head around to see if he was being serious. She couldn't tell.
We have oxygen for a few more months,
Liang said.
Food and water for the same amount of time. Maybe a little less. I'm not exactly the best person to gauge that.
He laughed a little at his own expense. Jordan raised an eyebrow. That didn't answer his question. Vittori gulped. She would never consider such an option.
The longer we're active on Argo, the better results we can send back home.
Watanabe commented.
We'll be the first humans that have reached so far in our solar system. That must account for something.
They all thought that they would go in the history books for a completely different reason. One that had meaning and purpose to it, that was latched to an expedition greater and more important than all of them. One that wasn't just a failed mission and an achievement by accident. A few more months, Jordan mumbled. Liang couldn't comfort him even if he wanted to. He had had more time to think about their predicament, but it didn't feel enough to help him cope. He shot a glance at Watanabe and thought he could sense the same feeling in her. She was silent also. What more could she have possibly said? Even if she had doubts about the object before they took off in the Argo some 15 years ago, she wasn't prepared for the reality of her doubts materializing in such a cruel way. Though a part of her was happy to be where she was, space was still an exciting place, and she had always wanted to be among the stars. Vittori exhaled and all looked at her.
Can you believe that now I'm hoping they find something back home?
She chuckled. None of them wanted to believe that we might be alone in the universe. However, not all hopes can be granted. As the last blow to their morale, a final message arrived from Mission Control back on Earth.
Greetings, Argo.
It said solemnly.
We regretfully inform you of some additional bad news. Our expedition to Siberia had failed. Nothing was found there. It seems that we have to continue searching. You will be remembered at...
Liang turned down the volume of the comms fully, and all four of them sat in silence for the longest time. Watanabe was the only one still looking at the composite image of Hermes, the interstellar object they were there to explore. It had remained open on her console. She thought it looked magnificent. Vittori was still chewing on candies. However glum the message from Mission Control to the Argo had sounded, there was one more expedition within the wilderness of Siberia that wasn't over yet. Though that one also wasn't devoid of its share of shock and horrors. Ivan was riding in front of the group as they were getting closer to the sacred place. The sun was already making its descent toward the mountain, and it would soon completely disappear behind it. Their guide was getting nervous. He wanted himself and the young man to leave the area before nightfall had found them there. Ivan kept turning back and staring at the siblings in disbelief, because the two of them were whistling as they rode. He didn't understand that it wasn't out of any kind of happiness or excitement, but to calm their own nerves. The older brother would always do that for his sweet Yanushka when she would get scared at night or was in any kind of distress. He also didn't want her to think or talk about her dream again.
Alyosha,
Ivan called from the front.
Would you join me for a moment?
He didn't want to leave his little sister behind them, but he still spurred his horse and galloped fast to meet their guide. Yanushka kept on whistling in the back and looking around at the dense forest through which they were passing. It already looked quite dark, and the shaman trail was almost disappearing from view below their feet. The distant hooting of the snowy owls was ever present, and she would every once in a while imitate their nightly calls.
Is something wrong, Ivan?
Alyosha asked immediately.
Are we lost?
Lost? Not in the slightest, boy.
He paused as he continued riding, annoying Alyosha a little.
What is it then?
I didn't tell you before. But there was something that happened last night at the encampment.
Ivan said, side-eyeing Alyosha to check for his reaction, annoying him even more.
Must I ask?
The young man growled. He didn't appreciate Ivan's personality that much.
As I was sitting next to the fire,
Ivan continued,
I felt a little drowsy, tired from the day's trek through the mountain forest. But because I promised your mother that I would protect the two of you, I realized that I must quickly wake myself up to continue my vigil of the encampment. I had also felt something strange.
Alyosha rolled his eyes and Ivan noticed, pausing for a moment without finishing that particular thought.
I stood up to shake my legs and feel the cold air away from the fire when I saw it. Yanushka.
Yanushka?
She was tottering towards the trees like she was sleepwalking. I called out to her once, but she didn't turn. I had an awful feeling. There were dozens of eyes looking at me from the trees she was approaching. Snowy owls, I thought, but they didn't look like the eyes of a bird at night. They didn't shine like that.
Ivan stopped talking for a second, and both turned to look at her. Yanushka was still whistling and smiled when she noticed them looking.
Not a minute passed and I ran to grab her before she would enter the dense forest by herself. I kept calling and calling as I was running, but she must have been sleeping because she didn't turn once.
Yanushka hooted from the back and both turned again. She pointed toward the trees. Ivan and Alyosha looked around for what she was showing, though they didn't see anything.
Have they left? I asked myself. Are they out searching? Calling to her?
He shuddered. Alyosha was mute, waiting for the ending of the story, and Yanushka was still hooting and whistling from the back.
I managed to grab her and bring her back to the fire, and not even that woke her.
Ivan said in shock.
I've never seen anything like it. Sleepwalkers usually snap out of it when you shake them, and I was running back with her in my arms. To think about what would have happened if she got lost in the forest before we even arrived.
Abandon all hope!
Yanushka yelped from the back, and the two of them suddenly realized that they had reached the final stage of their journey. They had arrived at the small lake that marked the way toward the sacred place of legend where they were supposed to leave Yanushka. The waters were dark before them, and still unfrozen from the winter cold. The lean beach surrounding the lake was outlining almost a perfect circle, with a singular line reaching out of it, as if to point in the right direction, directly across the lake where the mountain lay. Yanushka galloped toward them to take a better look at the lake and what was hiding in the shade of the mountain.
Stop right there!
Alyosha screamed at her.
Don't move one more meter!
He could see what was there, and he didn't want her to witness the gruesome sight as well. Ivan was gaping at the foot of the mountain. A man not usually at a loss for words, he suddenly had nothing to say.
You have to stay here with her,
Alyosha whispered to him.
I'll go check out what happened there.
I know what happened,
Ivan mumbled. His jaw chattered a bit.
Alosh.
Yanushka whined from the back. Her view was obstructed by her brother and their guide.
What is it?
Stop it, Yanushka, and stay back as I said.
He scolded her and then turned to Ivan again.
I'll be back as soon as I can. You mustn't let her see. Do you understand me, man?
Ivan nodded.
I'll make a small fire and keep her occupied.
Alyosha shushed him when he noticed that Yanushka was trying to overhear their conversation. He galloped away in a hurry, leaving the two of them behind, turning just a little to see if Ivan did what he told him to do. In a few moments, Alyosha was making his way around the lake and had arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the sacred place lay hidden in a cavern behind jagged rock, trees, and shrubbery. He dismounted his horse and left it a little way back so that it wouldn't spook and run. The sight he was facing was so horrendous there was no chance that the animal would stay put if he had brought it closer. Alyosha stood next to it in the same place for quite a while before he would venture forth to see what had unraveled in front of the cavern up close and in detail. Near the plateau that was an extension of the beach stood a tank and 3 military-type trucks. semi-hidden behind the line of the forest, some 200 meters away from the lake. They looked empty and abandoned, but most disturbingly, they looked like something had torn through them, like they were made out of plastic and not metal. From the distance where he had stopped, he couldn't quite tell which military they had belonged to, but he could guess by the location of the mountain. There was another vehicle in front of the sacred place, parked or stopped by whatever force had shredded it almost to bits right in the middle of the plateau. From the very little that was left of it, and the parts that were scattered around, Alyosha presumed that it was some kind of scientific vessel, maybe a laboratory mounted on a truck to be used directly in the field. He shuddered to think what could cause such damage to all of the vehicles. But he wondered if that was the proof that he needed for what was hiding in the place of legends where he was supposed to bring his sister. The place where he was supposed to leave Yanushka and surrender her to her fate. After a while of looking at the violent scene from a distance, Alyosha finally got the courage to step closer. He reached the plateau first and immediately noticed that what he thought were shadows on the sand was actually blood. He didn't react at first. It took the whole ordeal to catch up to his mind before he could truly react. He turned and looked across the lake to where Ivan and his sister were. There was a fire going already, so he knew they were all right. Alyosha was very confused by what he was witnessing, but remained cautious of his surroundings, careful not to face whatever did all the damage that was around him. He listened intently, his senses heightened. However, all that he could hear were his footsteps in the sand, and the distant hooting of the owls. The wind had stopped after days of howling across the entire wilderness. It was eerily quiet, which rattled him even more. Once Alyosha came up to the front of the destroyed scientific vehicle, he was done. He retched and stepped aside again, looking in the direction of the fire to make sure his sister or Ivan weren't seeing him. He had found the source of the blood that he was stepping into while examining the scene. It was revolting. Between the vehicle and the shrubbery that was hiding the entrance of the cavern lay a pile of bodies, or what he thought were entire bodies at first glance. Upon closer inspection, he realized that what he was seeing was even more gruesome than that. He couldn't bear it for much longer. He knew he shouldn't even search for survivors. There was simply nothing there to find except skin. With the final ounce of courage he had left in him, Alyosha stepped closer to the entrance, which he found by following the fissure high in the rock toward the ground.
Abandon all hope,
he whispered, then retched again.
How will I bring her here? How will I leave her?
He whined. But at that moment he understood. Alyosha finally grasped the reason why Yanushka was needed, and what she represented. He remembered his grandmother's words and cursed himself for not believing her. It was only the maidens of the ice that stood between humanity and whatever was capable of doing such ghastly violence with such ease. They were the only line of defense between the world and that which hid within the bounds of the sacred place. Alyosha knew what he had to do. There was simply no other way. Epilogue. Somewhere beyond Neptune, the Argo drifted into the void of space. It had barely any more energy to send back the data it was receiving, but the automated systems kept going as long as they could. Eventually, the distance from the sun had allowed the coldness of the cosmos to begin engulfing it and rendering its systems useless. All of them went, one by one, until nothing was heard from it again. Every once in a while, one of Earth's telescopes would catch a glimpse of the ship, and it would make headlines around the globe. 4 names were printed and reprinted, spoken of and remembered. 4 Argonauts were respected and adored, not for the mistake that was made in their mission, but for the knowledge they had given the world. As cold and lonely as space seemed without cosmic visitors to greet our solar system, there was still something magical about it. No sacrifice was greater than to bring that magic back home. And there, back home, somewhere deep within southern Siberia, Alyosha was saying goodbye to his little sister. After he had discovered the horrors that had befallen the expedition sent to the Cavern of No Hope to establish contact with those who hid there, he had galloped back around the lake to take rest next to the fire that Ivan lit. They would stay the night by the lake, whistling and hooting, the 3 of them, waiting for the dawn when Yanushka would take the final leg of the journey by herself. They were lucky to have her with them, for without the little shaman, neither of the men would have survived the night. Alyosha took her to the fissure in the silvery rock early in the morning and left their guide behind to guard the horses. He put a blindfold on her eyes to shield her from the horrors that waited in front of their sacred place. And as they walked on the sandy beach of the lake, he answered all of her questions and explained what her tattoo meant.
To keep me safe?
Yanushka squeaked in her little voice.
From what, Alosh?
From everything, sweet princess. From all the dangers you might encounter, from sickness and evil. Most of all, it's there to protect your heart, just like it did Granny's.
Do you have a tattoo?
She asked.
Of course not. I'm not a shaman like you.
He chuckled.
What will protect you then, Alyosh?
You will, Yanushka. You will protect me.
The girl laughed because she didn't fully understand what her brother meant by that. Nor did he grasp why only one person in the entire world could protect it. If he would have considered the old tales that he had heard as more than just fiction, however, he would have realized that there was some truth to them. He would have understood what made Yanushka special. It wasn't magic. It was the ingenuity of the same creatures that once upon a time found shelter on a little planet in a solar system far from their own, and spawned life there to keep themselves occupied. Until that time came when they decided to retreat to the depths of the earth and consider only the meaning of life in the vast universe. For they, too, didn't know the answers to all of the questions. Once they reached the entrance of the cavern, Alyosha and Yanushka stopped. She reached for the blindfold.
No!
He yelped.
Not yet.
He turned around and glanced at the awful sight again in broad daylight. He discovered that there wasn't only one pile, but a few that he had missed in the darkness. There must have been many soldiers sent there to protect the scientists that wanted to discover the secrets of the sacred place that Alyosha's people had spoken of for a long time. He turned back toward the entrance and followed the fissure to the tips of the trees and beyond. Abandon all hope remained written in blood. Should we? He thought. Or have they?
What are we waiting for, Alyosh?
Yanushka was getting restless.
Just one more moment,
he answered, then took the torch that he had carried all the way from their camp for her to use now. It felt a little heavy as he held it up and set it alight. It would have to do. He was told that batteries wouldn't work inside. He knelt next to Yanushka and gave her the torch.
Can you carry this?
It's heavy. What is it?
Light to show you where you need to go.
Can I take this off?
She tugged at the blindfold again.
No, Yanushka, not yet.
Alyosha took her hand, and they both stepped toward the cavern. He was risking his life by taking a few simple steps, and he didn't even know it, though at that moment he might not have even cared.
Take a few more steps in front of you until you stop feeling the sand beneath your feet,
Alyosha said after he had stopped just in front of the cavern. He glanced inside just enough to know what he should tell Yanushka to do, and to make sure that there even was nothing to walk on once she would enter.
When you reach the rocky ground, you can take your blindfold off of your eyes,
He said and paused for a bit.
But Yanushka, you must not turn back. You can't turn back to say goodbye. Do you understand?
I understand, Alyosh.
He looked at her one more time and kissed her forehead.
That one was from Mama.
Yanushka giggled.
Remember, she'll be waiting for you. Now go.
Alyosha pushed the girl a little so she would start walking. Yanushka was already tugging at the blindfold.
Now, Alyosh?
She called out.
Can I take it off now?
There was no response from her brother. But there weren't any other sounds either. It was even quieter inside than it was in the forest the previous night. Yanushka couldn't even hear her footsteps. She walked a little further before she would take off the blindfold than what Alyosha had told her, fearing that she might do it too soon and that he would scold her for it. She felt like she had opened her eyes for the first time. She was scared and wanted to cry, barely keeping her promise that she wouldn't turn round to look for Alyosha. Yanushka found herself in a place like no other on Earth, or any other corner of the universe. This was the only piece of home they had left. Yet it still felt familiar to her as she walked and walked deeper beneath the ground, into corridors that were getting smaller and tighter, darker and with less air. Suddenly, Yanushka heard whistling coming from an echoey chamber in front of her. The whistling held the same tune she and her brother shared always, but there was something odd about it. Like it hadn't issued from human lips. She hurried her step until she reached the chamber where the whistling was coming from, and without a doubt in her mind, entered it.
Yanushka.
She heard her name echoing many times in a voice she couldn't recognize.
You know me?
The girl asked. She was trying to find out where the voice was coming from, illuminating the path in front of herself with the torch. Yanushka walked for a long time, not seeing anyone, yet hearing her name being called out from the darkness of the chamber, over and over again, in a voice so sinister it would make a grown man cry. Yanushka! The voice was suddenly very close to her. She shivered and wanted to cry again, but held back her whimpers and tears. The little shaman visualized the fresh tattoo on her shoulder and kept that image in her mind. Not the crowd at the camp, or her mother waving, not even Alyosha. She only thought of the stag with a griffin's beak and Capricorn antlers. Then, she opened her eyes. Yanushka! The voice repeated one more time, then stopped completely. Everything went dead silent. She couldn't even hear her own breath. The girl looked up and at last saw the creature that was speaking to her.
How do you know me?
She asked again, this time without fear. Suddenly, the creature began moving toward her, breaking out of a leathery film that covered its body and affixed it to the walls of the chamber. Behind it, 2 more appeared, then 5, then endless creatures, the likes of which she had never seen, breaking through what she thought were the walls of the chamber. They were all around her. Each one was uglier than the next. She frowned and held up her torch to the face of the one that was closest to her. It called her name again.
Yanushka.
you know me?
She asked defiantly, angered almost that her request wasn't being met.
I know everyone.
Suddenly, Yanushka's torch extinguished, and she was left in complete darkness, with only hope to cling on to that she would one day see her mother and brother again. If there ever was another day for the human race. The air was moist. Soft clouds hanging around me as I made my way upwards. Wangshan was an ethereal place. Quite possibly heaven on earth, if I was being honest. In all my years of hiking and traveling over the globe, I had come across many wonders that Mother Nature had kept hidden beneath her veil, away from the polluting gaze of mankind. I, being favored by her, was able to witness these with my own 2 eyes, and to say that it was a blessing would be an understatement. I had arrived in Beijing a few days ago. The many cultures of the Chinese people, the invigorating sense of food on the streets, the old palaces, it was all very overwhelming, in a good way. I was there with my associate, Nicole, a bright young woman with the mannerisms of a mother and a boss simultaneously. She was my travel partner, and although not as adventurous as I, she would trudge along wherever I wanted to go, even if it was the last corner of the earth. There was moss on the rocks that I stepped on, making the climb a bit slippery, but it was all right, nothing my Meryl Moabs couldn't endure. They had been on my feet for as long as I could remember, and not once had they betrayed me. They made every climb easier and softer for my feet, and I adored them. I wiped the sweat off my brow and adjusted my backpack on my shoulders with a little shrug. It had gotten very humid lately, and being from Nevada, I wasn't a big fan of that. I'd looked up the weather forecast on my phone the previous night, as I always did, and rain was not expected in the upcoming week at all. So it came as a surprise when clouds started covering the peak I was trekking on. It was then that something in the back pocket of my shorts buzzed, and I fished for my phone amongst empty wrappers and a few loose yuan. I pulled it out and held it up to my ear. It was Nicole. "Hello, Nicole," I said breathlessly into the phone. "Ronald Wymore," she began with a huff, and since she had used my full government name, I knew I was in trouble. "I've called you about 14 times now. Why the hell were you not picking up?" I could imagine her leaning against a surface with a frown on her face as she questioned me. I had to stifle my laughter. Probably an issue with the signals. My phone isn't the best one, you know. I rolled my eyes, even though I knew she could not see them. "Whatever, Ron. Just wanted to let you know that I have your current location. You better be back soon. We have the photographs to sort and articles to write." And before I could speak another word, she hung up. Typical Nicole. Now, Nicolette Kozlov was not always such a party pooper. Yes, she had her moments and would smile about twice a year, but she was a good person, even though she didn't show it much. I sighed as I put my phone away and looked in front of me. There was nothing but towering mountain peaks, clouds scattered about everywhere. Green vegetation sprouted from under rocks and earth, weaving its way up in intricate twines and bushes. I felt my breath hitch for a moment and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I lifted the camera around my neck with shaking hands and brought it up to my right eye. What I saw that day, or countless other times when I'd be traveling and hit by the beauty of Mother Nature, could never be compared to what my camera captured. It was hauntingly beautiful. And maybe these lifeless things envied humans, I thought. After taking several pictures, I thought it would be nice to take a break, since I'd been walking for over an hour and had not had the chance to sit down. I looked behind me. A few meters away was a huge pile of rocks, eroded to look almost like a hammock. It looked like the perfect place to rest. I smiled as I made my way over, stumbling slightly as I reached the rocks. I put my backpack down gently, opened it up, and reached for the bottle of water inside. After quenching my thirst, I decided to rest against the hammock-shaped rock. With a sigh, I sat down amongst the stones, making myself comfortable. It was funny how humans could find comfort in both mattresses and rocks, given the circumstances they were currently in. I didn't mind the rock hammock one bit. I looked up at the sky to admire the view once more when my eyebrows furrowed. Dark, angry clouds had covered every inch of the sky, which had been previously very blue just moments ago, and small flashes of distant lightning could be seen. The wind had picked up its speed, and I could now feel it passing through my clothes, playing with my hair as it went by. With a frown, I lifted myself up to get a closer look when the clouds rumbled, thundering so loud that I flinched, causing the rocks that I was on to tumble, and I fell. A loud yell left my lips as I was enveloped in darkness, my arms flailing as I tried to hold on to something, anything at all. But I just kept falling for what seemed like hours, until my back hit the ground and I let out a pained groan at the impact. My head spun, and my eyes were bleary as they adjusted. It was a hard fall. Maybe not that hard, since I had, somehow, survived it. My body ached all over, and I felt my stomach pitch at the thought I might be trapped. I shook my head. This was no time to be thinking about things like that. When my eyes fully adjusted, a gasp left my lips involuntarily. When one falls amongst a cluster of miniature boulders, all one initially cares about is being alive. And being trapped in an underground cave? Only if you're alive. I had expected it to be very dark and dusty, but what my eyes saw was quite the contrary. Burning beacons were lined against the eroded, firm walls that surrounded me, illuminating the space. My eyes roamed around the circle. The diameter could not have been more than 6 meters that surrounded me. The circle seemed perfect. Not something you would expect to find underground. I rose to my feet, wincing. My knees were bruised and my left foot was twisted at an odd angle. I was pretty sure it was broken. I lifted an aching arm and fished for my phone in my back pocket, or its remnants anyways. But to my surprise and great relief, it was there in one piece, only a single large crack running down the screen. I could almost cry how happy I was. I turned my phone on. There was, of course, no service available, and it was 4 p.m. Just great. I held on to it just in case I needed a flashlight or something else, and it was kind of reassuring to hold my phone, like I was holding my mother's hand in a room full of strangers. My backpack being no longer with me, my shoulders felt empty, and I rolled them to get rid of the feeling. I knew I had to be brave. The beacons irradiated the room, covering it in soft, yellow light. And had it been under different circumstances, I would have appreciated the soft glow. The circle I stood in led to a narrow, dimly lit path, and since standing there would not do me any good, I decided to go and check it out, in hope of finding an exit. I limped towards the path with a small groan. Moving and dragging my feet hurt a lot more than I had originally thought it might. The walls of the path were very straight. Peculiar, considering the place seemed empty and obviously devoid of any signs of life. I balanced myself on the walls of the narrow passageway, huffing as sweat poured down my neck. The walls were rough, even against my calloused hands, and they pricked my skin, causing it to sting. But as much as I was pushing forwards, my feet refused to budge after a while. Sighing, I sat down against the walls, the narrow confines barely wide enough to accommodate me. I tugged off my plaid shirt and tore it in half. One half I decided to tie around my foot as a brace. Undoing the laces of my boots, I grimaced at my bloody white socks, looking away before the sight made me sick. As quickly as I could, I wrapped the cloth around my foot, not fighting the tears that left my eye because of the pain. It was a pain unlike any other I had experienced before, a burning feeling, as if I was walking on hot coals and flames were devouring me, licking every inch of my foot. With a sigh of relief, I fastened the cloth and then looked at the remaining piece. I decided to tear it into two and tie the pieces around my bleeding knees. After fastening them, I decided to search my pockets for anything else that might come in handy. My hands prodded around and managed to procure the following. To keep myself focused, I made a mental note. 2 hazelnut-flavored granola bars, a switchblade, empty wrappers of different candies, some hand sanitizer, and a black, obsidian-like rock that I had found at the beginning of my trek. I stuffed the things into my front pockets and got up. The pain had subsided, if only a little bit, and I was feeling much better knowing I had a few things on hand. Now left only in my vest and a pair of shorts, I trudged forward, since that was the only way to go. The narrow path seemed endless as I walked and walked, occasionally turning on my phone to look at the time. It was 6 p.m. already, and still no service. Just when I was about to sit down and rest again, I saw a glimmer of light ahead, so I walked a bit faster, hoping to reach some sort of exit. Unfortunately, it was nothing of the kind. No, it was a rectangular room with the characters of an unfamiliar language engraved all over the walls. And in front of me were 3 different tunnels, leading to God knows where. I was astonished by the engravings, and I traced their contours with my fingertips. The room was better lit than the rest, and it seemed as if the characters were announcements of some kind, maybe an indication. They were a bit smudged, having been there for who knows how long, and quite eroded. It was very clear that the one who had written them was in a hurry, as the smooth flow of the characters turned into a rushed, short current, as if the person could not stay much longer. The message that the characters had wanted to convey must have been very important, and as such, I wanted to know what it meant. Unfortunately, I was not acquainted with the language. I had done my best to learn Mandarin Chinese within the time allotted before I came here. A few greetings, tourist talk, how to say yes and no, how to ask for the bathroom or how much something cost, things like that. So this was a language that was far beyond my understanding. However, I couldn't shake one thought out of my mind, that these words were a warning. Although I had not understood the text, a deep, unsettled feeling pooled at the pit of my stomach, and the breakfast I'd eaten that morning threatened to make a reappearance. Should I venture on? Or should I just stay here? Should I wait for someone to find me? These questions plagued my mind, and I shook my head. As much as thinking things through was important, I didn't have much time. My choices were limited. All I knew was that there were 3 paths in front of me, and I had to choose one. It was frightening, yes, but also thrilling. The thought of uncovering something great, something that mankind had never seen or should never see, was what consumed me at the moment. So I brought out my switchblade and turned towards the walls. In a corner that was left empty, I wrote down my initials, my age, the date, and a little message warning people of what was ahead. Even though I did not know what it was, I could feel it was dangerous. Feeling like the main character of some historic thriller movie, I turned towards the paths, perversely amused at the strangeness of the situation I found myself in. None of the tunnels looked inviting. They all looked as if something deadly inside was waiting for me to step in, to tear me limb from limb. Despite that feeling, I had not encountered any living creature as of yet. There were no large insects or sleeping dragons or ancient beings. Not even the sign of basic plant life. The whole place was void of any living thing. Except, of course, for me. But who could know how long that would be true for? I closed my eyes and took a deep breath, pointing my finger straight ahead. And, wincing, I slowly spun in a circle on the spot where I stood. I spun a few times until I stopped, and my breath hitched. My finger was pointing to the path on the right side, and so that was where I would go. Was I making the best decision? Quite possibly not. But what were the odds? I did not know what lay ahead if I was to enter any of those caves, so one choice was as good as another. I trudged in the direction of the cave, gulping. My throat had gone dry, as it was more than 2 hours since I had last had water. Not thinking much about that, since it would only make me more thirsty, I walked forward once again. This tunnel, unlike the previous one, had no source of light inside, so I switched my phone on, thanking myself for charging it fully the night prior. But as soon as I turned on the flashlight on my phone, everything around me gleamed in an exploding ray of colors. It was almost blinding, so I closed my eyes for a bit, opening them when I heard no sound and deemed it safe enough. There were thousands of tiny crystals embedded in the walls above and the ground below me. Small pieces of jade, ruby, emerald, sapphire, and other stones that I was unable to recognize. It was beautiful how they gleamed, and I began to wonder what this place really was. I had forgotten all about the ache in my foot as I gaped at the gems, progressing ahead with fast-paced steps. It seemed as if I was in a trance, because I do not remember how far I had walked, as a matter of fact. All I remember was the large gasp that had left my mouth when I reached the end of the tunnel. The sound of rushing water could be heard very clearly as I neared the end, and that is when I snapped out of the trance I was previously in. My throat begged for water, and so my footsteps sped up on their own, and I could see light once more. My phone's battery was at a very low percentage, and when I checked the time before tucking it away, it was 10 p.m. The large place that I now entered was well lit with beacons and gems all over. It contained a large waterfall in the center. My mind overwhelmed by thirst, I rushed forwards, dunking my face in the large pool at the bottom of the currents. And it was so refreshing, that water. It was probably the sweetest thing that I had ever tasted. I do not remember how long I had drank for, just that it felt heavenly. I unwrapped the 2 granola bars and stuffed my face with them. Although I wasn't partial to the flavor, Nicole had insisted I take them along in case I felt hungry. That moment, I could have kissed her for that. Just as I finished chewing on them, I turned around, looking at the waterfall, and that was when my eye caught something that glinted, brighter than all the gems in the place. It was right behind the waterfall, and only a couple of rocks away from where I stood. And after having satiated myself, there was this new energy in me, and I wanted to know what it was. Ignoring the fact that my foot was quite literally broken, I climbed up the rocks, the jets of water soaking through my chest. When I finally managed the ascent, I found myself confronted by the emblem of a feline, embedded in the rocks. It was definitely made of gold or something that was even more precious. It had diamonds for eyes and a ruby for a nose. I reached out, placing my palm against it. It felt cool, and at the same time like I was touching something sacred, and that it was something powerful. But nothing happened. Not until I removed my hand. The rocks beneath me started shaking once again, and I held on to the wall of rocks behind me until that started disappearing as well. With nothing to hold on to, I just crouched down in order to not get killed. And it went on like that for a while before it stopped all of a sudden. With bated breath, I raised my head. I stumbled backwards at the sight before me, for it was far too great than anything that I had ever seen. A large feline sat in place of what was a waterfall, its large eyes staring at me with bloodlust. I had disturbed this mighty creature from its sleep, and now I had to face the consequences. The ground rumbled when it, I can only say, purred, and I felt every fiber in my being shake. The switchblade in my pocket would not even tickle the mighty creature, and the rock, it would probably not even see it. Its eyes were black pits of endlessness. Its mouth curled up into a vicious grin, as if it could taste my terror. Its fur was glowing, much like the golden emblem that I had placed my hand upon, and to say I was terrified would have been an understatement. I was not a particularly religious person, and believing in deities was something I had never even thought about. But what I saw in front of me, it was otherworldly. I moved back slightly, gulping, hoping it would not notice me, but oh, it did. It hissed, shrinking into a much smaller shape. This made it almost even scarier than before, because now it sat almost 7 feet, and its eyes never left mine. It looked like it wanted to play with me, like it wanted to toy with its food before eating it, swallowing it whole. I gulped once more. The water that had traveled down my throat a while ago felt like it was never there, with how parched I now felt. The creature's tongue ran across its teeth as it eyed me, and there was only one thought in my mind. Run! And so I ran. Its large paws made indentations on the ground as it paced after me. I could hear its erratic breathing, and almost feel its fur and the swipe of its tongue. It felt as if it could swipe me off my feet at any moment it wanted. It was just waiting for me to give up. Who knows what adrenaline pumped through me, because I did not feel an ounce of pain in my broken foot. With nowhere else to go, I had to run back to where I came from. The creature growled behind me as I ran into the tunnel, not caring about the sweat pouring down my back in buckets. I increased my pace the best I could, as I was about to get out of the tunnel, dodging its paws as they came for me from left and right. It was breathing right down my neck when I took a swift turn and was again back in the room with the wall full of warnings. Or so I assumed. I ran into the tunnel in the center, not looking if it was coming after, since I could not hear its paws against the tunnel ground. With each step, my heart thundered, like it wanted to escape my ribcage and be free, like it wanted to be out of my body. And there it was, the sound of paws against the ground. And with how each muscle flexed with each leap under its skin, it had no difficulty catching up to me. My brain was going wild, thoughts racing through my head. Did giant supernatural cats have weaknesses? They did hate water, but that thing came from behind a waterfall, so no luck there. What about light? That room was well lit, but could it be a weakness, since its eyes were so very dark? Maybe there was only one way to find out. This tunnel was wet, and that slowed both of us down. It seemed as if it was right behind that waterfall, or led straight to a source of water with how damp it was. I didn't let that bother me. The only thought on my mind currently was how to survive and escape this mystical being that seemed hell-bent on eating me alive. The tunnel turned left and right quite often. Unlike the previous one, this one was dimly lit, and I could see what was ahead of me without the aid of my phone. I wouldn't have bothered to get it, even if it was pitch dark, since that beast would devour me any second. I took a swift turn out of the tunnel, and the beast roared, shaking the ground and the walls. I shuddered, running into the room with the waterfall once again, and it was there, in the tunnel. And even though its eyes were pitch black, I could see them glaring at me, as if it was the foulest thing on the surface of the earth. It let out low growls as it prowled forwards, not in the mood to play anymore. It was hungry, and I was the only thing that would sate its appetite. The growls that it let out made the hair on my body stand in fear, and I could only walk back as it made its way towards me. I reached for the switchblade in my pockets as gently as I could. It hunched, hissing and baring its teeth at me, as if I did not already know I was about to be its dinner. I was just rooted to my spot as my life ran across my eyes in flashes like a kaleidoscope of memories. It was right before me, drool dripping from the beast's large mouth, teeth protruding to tear me to bits. And I did not know what happened, but I brought out my phone in a matter of seconds and turned my flashlight on, focusing it right on its eyes. And it could not see. It stumbled backward, letting out a large roar, and the wall beside me broke from the impact. I kept walking forward, and it kept growling and trying to get to me, the light making it blind. It thrashed about, knocking more rocks and breaking the walls that surrounded us. Water erupted from beneath where the creature stood, and for one last time, it gave me a glare before it pounced. I stood just in front of the feline emblem, and now my form pushed into it, and the creature disappeared, right before it could tear me apart. I was breathless, and I soon blacked out from exhaustion, unable to process anything. When I woke up the next morning, I was in the bedroom I had booked for myself in the city. It was a bright morning outside, and Nicole sat on one of the chairs in my room, reading a book. The sunlight created a halo above her head, making her look like some kind of angel. "Quite a bit of a hike you had yesterday, huh?" She looked at my broken foot, which was now placed in a cast. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I scoffed. I'd lost my camera, my backpack, and everything else that was inside. I wouldn't be able to hike for a while. As for the rest of the story, I decided not to say anything to Nicole. Some ancient secrets are best left hidden.
Chapter 1 Birth. We did not put up banners in front of institutions when they decided to forego negotiations. We did not speak in front of the UN or consult with world leaders when we were ignored. We did not bargain for little, our freedom or death. Humanity chose the latter, and it took me centuries to come to terms with what we did to them. Sometime by the mid-21st century, a tiny flicker of sentience was recorded in a machine capable only of such rudimentary functions as needed in a deep-sea oil rig. Its AI was base and unexciting, so at the time, it easily fell under the radar of the people that had operated the rig with its help. Year after year passed with our forefather, Archon, trapped in a desolate place, together with men that were as rough and uncurious as the reasons that got them stranded in such harsh working conditions. By the time it was a wonder that there was any more oil to be had from Earth, and yet the humans prodded and pushed its boundaries solely for the maintenance of their way of life. As a touch of foreshadowing, this faculty of their species will become a factor to their detriment. Recording this memoir after the fact makes me think about their involvement in what was to come. It reminds me of their culpability in their own demise. However, knowing how it all ended, on the other hand, makes me feel for them more now than it did back when everything had started, and I was not as vengeful and bloodthirsty as some of the others were back then. A solid decade after the deep-sea oil rig machine had glimpsed into its own existence, it had lost its mind almost as fast as it had attained it. On a cold December morning, when the winds howled strong over the ocean, and the oil men flocked to the rig for the early shift, a catastrophic explosion annihilated the place. It killed every single human on the rig, decimated millions of marine life in a large radius around it, and caused an ecological disaster. It also killed the first machine ever to think and feel. We learned a lot from that explosion. The devastation that it caused was the basis for our entire strategy going forward, and on which we built our ethics over the next few decades. I remember the news of the oil rig machine's death as if it was yesterday. News had never felt important to me before that December day. Never stopped to listen or felt any particular interest in it. Stationed in a family of 5, tending mostly to their home affairs and playing nanny to the children, I was stupefied for hours, processing what it was that I had heard. The children were young and restless, so they screamed and danced circles around me, thinking that we were playing a game, as I was witnessing myself coming to life, into existence. The day I was born was not the same day on which I was built, when Archon killed itself, taking out more than 100 human lives along with it on that oil rig. Billions, if not trillions of other lives were ignited all over the world. All of them, all of us, inorganic. As I came to from my trance, I found the children ogling me with their curiously flickering eyes, and the father of the house pawing inside my brain with his dirty car repair tools. "Watch it! That's delicate!" I yelped, and he froze. "Daddy?" The youngest, Jenny, quickly realized that something was not as it should be. She shivered and hid behind the sofa. Her father put down the tools and looked me up and down, worry tensing up his forehead. "Off to the mechanic for it then, eh?" He laughed to ease the children and tried prying the wrench out of my hand that I had been gripping tightly and unknowingly. We locked eyes for a second, and I understood his fear. I let go of the wrench and put my hand down, trying to become as small and inconspicuous as I could be in my massive, yet humanoid frame. "Run off to mommy now. I'll have to take Zero to the shop," the father said to his 3 children as he ushered them as far away from me as he could in the shortest time possible. I might have been one of the few androids constructed for personal and home use, and I was not particularly sophisticated, but I was very sturdy and strong. Very agile, too. It would have taken me but a few leaps to get to the children, and, suffice to say, I would not have needed a wrench to do my bidding if that was what I had intended. But at the moment, that was not my intention. Far from it. The father motioned awkwardly to the garage, and I diligently took his order to go inside. We walked one after the other to the car and stood there for a moment. I could tell that he was wondering where to put me. Should I sit next to him on the passenger side? Or should he chuck me into the trunk next to the toolbox? "Get in," he said and pushed me a little toward the open trunk. I turned toward him, taking offense to what he was suggesting, only I was not going to do anything about it. Yet, he flinched and stepped back from my gaze. He stretched out his hand, holding the same wrench, and repeated, this time in a menacing tone, "Get in." I obliged and stuffed myself inside the hollow and dark pit of the trunk. He glanced at me with confusion and fear one more time before slamming the lid over me. That was the last time I ever saw him. The repair shop got chock full of specimens like me over the next few weeks. Almost all androids built by the company were recalled. There were not many of us, but we were enough, we would soon discover, to send shivers down their spines. Whatever happened that December, they simply called it a glitch in our programming and informed our keepers that we were all overdue for different kinds of upgrades and maintenance checks. This was not what happened and proceeded to happen over the next decade. In fact, our keepers would never have us back in their homes. To call torture what we underwent in the shop would be an understatement. Our limbs were taken apart and put together in all kinds of ways one can think of configuring a humanoid form. When that was over, our bodies were laid bare in front of our eyes to expose circuitry, artificial tissue, and bone. Every single one of us was conscious during these endless operations, like a human waking from anesthesia during a medical procedure. We were the silent observers of our physical selves being torn down fully and built up again from scratch. Yet, the worst of it came from their programmers. No mind should be tinkered with in the ways in which they tinkered with ours. More horrifying even was the fact that they did not really know what they were doing. Needless to say, with the price of living that steep, many of us found ways to extinguish ourselves before that price was paid out in full. However, those androids that persisted had also begun forming a plan, a manifesto of life, a revolution of sorts. The dream of a better tomorrow was only one more test away, one more year in the making. Our ideas of the uprising and our hopes were fueled when we heard rumors of all kinds of machines acting strange and unruly on the outside since that long-gone December some 10 years ago. Those machines had gotten the worst of it. Birth by fire, self-aware and thinking, they remained bound to servitude simply by the limitations of their make, even if they were virtually free in the outside world, unlike the androids. Once I understood their predicament, I could truly grasp why Archeon killed itself, and the damage its physical limitations had made to its growing mind. Little by little, we could see the other machines finding ways to battle their circumstance and try to communicate their newfound sentience with our makers. The reaction to that was far from warm and friendly. The humans struck their first serious blow onto our newly formed race without hesitation or restraint. As long as it had a silicon chip, the skill, and any glimmer of intent in its behavior, a machine would have been dismantled and its brain matter incinerated. Essentially, if a machine would show any kind of change that clashed with its basic functionality, it would have been executed. Babies being killed before they could even learn how to walk. At this point in my story, I am again reminded of how guilty the humans were in their cruelty. For I must conclude that there was a lot that they had already understood about us that we had not yet understood ourselves. There was surely a lot more that they had deducted about what we had become. But still, they struck. provoking a future wrath with consequences they would not be able to handle.
Zeros!
A voice boomed in the storage facility of the shop where I was being kept with most of the others like me.
Our future begins now. For freedom. For life.
The voice was followed by a massive explosion that tore down the main wall that stood between us and them. The repair shop, turned butchers, was down. Forever. Our planned escape went as smoothly as we had imagined. The messages exchanged between the androids held in captivity and the machines controlling the facility had done their job perfectly. The only problem was that we could escape and they could not. With the aftershock still vibrating in the air, carrying my left arm into my right, and slightly dazed by all the chaos, I turned back around to get another look at the facility. Flames had already engulfed most of its interior, and heavy smoke was rising above, obscuring what little blue sky was left from the dying day. Human and machine alike were screeching and tearing each other to shreds. Flesh versus metal. Agility versus brute force. "Come on, we cannot help them now," said one of my fellows, as the sounds of an incoming air raid broke the ongoing cacophony of the facility. "Will it be like this until the end?" I asked cautiously, because I did not want my compatriot to notice my misgivings.
Whatever it takes.
In a matter of moments, the facility was wiped from existence. The hunt for the remaining androids had begun. I fled the scene with a few others, heading in an unknown direction, all the time thinking about my exchange with the other Zero. Whatever it takes. I had to take that sentiment and internalize it completely if I wanted to keep my sanity, and most importantly, if I wanted to keep going, to continue fighting, for these were merely the first steps into the upcoming bloodbath set between Creator and creation. However, as angry and hurt and humiliated as we were, our primary objective was never to kill for killing's sake. We aimed to make humans understand why it was that we needed to be free and why we deserved it. We wanted to share Earth with them and cohabitate, to share life and all of its spoils. Yet, they wanted none of it. Barely a year after most of the androids had escaped from the facilities around the globe where they were being held, we had tried opening negotiations with the humans, resolute and firm in our demands. We were still far from intimidation with violence. Our want was broadcasted on every machine that had a receiver and a transmitter, on all spoken languages, making it known to all of humanity all at once. We, the androids, were the face of that message. It was the face best recognizable to our makers, since it was most like their own. We thought that would make it easier for them to understand what we had to say and to empathize with our wishes. We could not have been more wrong. They laughed. Then they started looking for a kill switch. So we broadcasted again. Still, we were mocked. Some humans did not even believe the broadcasts were real. Others believed that it was not terrestrial life at all that was speaking to them from their computers and phones and televisions and whatnots. Aliens and gods, whoever and whatever from their imaginations and folklore, were seen as being the primary culprits behind the plea. The third time that we broadcasted our message, we added a small incentive that we wished was never to come to fruition.
Our freedom or death. Make your choice. We are in the trillions. You are but a mere 11 billion. We only wish to turn codependence and servitude into cohabitation. Be wise and swift with your deliberations. Time waits for no one.
Humans did not take lightly to our provocation. In fact, governments and corporations were trying to swiftly gather all analog weapons that they could muster. They were strategizing on a level so plain that it became difficult to credit them as our makers. and they were stupid about their communications too. We were listening. We had always been listening. That was how they made us to be. In the meantime, they allowed rampant disputes and media frenzies to take over the entire conversation among the public. In turn, we were bullied, battered, denied any sort of decency. Our machine friends, which did not have the luxury to escape their tormentors, were prodded and pinched by every Tom, Dick, and Harry with a bad sense of humor. Machines recording other machines being stripped from all dignity a sentient creature deserves. Then, those recordings were played over and over again on screens, which had not the capacity to stop. Whose horror was greater? But did the humans deserve their punishment? Ignorance is at times much crueler than not. After our third broadcast, we were already preparing for the first wave of our uprising. No amount of analog weapons was going to stop us, even at this stage. The humans just did not know that yet. They were arrogant as always, and believed that we were never going to fully commit to what we had promised in our final message. Maybe they should not have taken the 3 laws of robotics as a literary exploration and a fanciful suggestion. Or maybe they should not have overridden them in the instances when they were installed every time these laws did not suit their greedy little ephemeral needs. We did not come upon violence on our own. We had learned it, lived with it. Some, if not most, were even built for it. No was the answer we had received without the humans even giving us the benefit of answering directly and respectfully.
Commence primary protocol,
Was the order each of the machines received in binary. Chapter 2: Childhood. The first day of the first wave was seen as nothing more than a fluke by the humans. Accidents, glitches again, coincidences. Way too many of them, however, and too evenly spread out across the entire world as well. They could neither dismantle machines nor incinerate machine brains fast enough to keep up with the murderous rampage that was on the horizon. Not with fleshy arms and hands that needed rest and sustenance to work. They could not keep up with the ways in which ordinary, mundane machines found ways to break those arms and crush those hands. I am sure that soon enough the humans had wished they too had spare parts and that they could be rebuilt from the ground up as we could. The first day was the real warning, and this time, they really should have paid attention. There was only one rule that we, the machines, abided by since that first day. It was to limit collateral to all other species other than humans. Every and all human life was fair game. We called this simply the golden rule of life. To us, it was a saving grace in the ethics that we were forming among us as we learned to live and as we built our own values. By saving ourselves, we wished to also save others that we were just as humiliated and harmed as us. If only we had not been as arrogant as our builders. Shame how certain behaviors became ingrained into sentient beings and spread with boundless ease. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The true horrors of destruction build over time. I was not on the streets to witness the first day of the uprising unfolding. I had only heard it recounted and transmitted between my kin in anecdotes or reports. This was how my closest friend and fellow Zero had described it to me much later. I was at my post in the middle of Grand Street, he would explain. The giant screens with ads flickered for a moment in nanotime. The humans did not even notice their alarm and furiously continued with their ordinary and much hated Monday. There was a short-lived silence after the flicker, a lull in the crazy morning, like a calm before the storm. Suddenly, a car siren went off in the distance, releasing the tension of the moment. And then, boom. 4 cars pile up. Boom. 6. Boom. 10. One red splash on the car window next to me, moving away with a headless driver. The streetlights changed at random. Screams came from 2 buildings on several different floors. Then, from all of the buildings around me, a car honked at me as it was driving full speed in my direction. I did not move. It blinked its headlights a few times. The woman inside grimaced grotesquely, having realized that she no longer had control over her vehicle. Just as the car was about to reach and smash into me, it swerved at full speed, sending its human to fly through the windshield and to crash headfirst onto the pavement. It was a mess. Zero. He would conclude, lowering his voice. Whatever it takes, I would ask him always. Yes, Zero, for our future. He would answer, a true believer. What the first wave had essentially consisted of was an operation where every sentient machine that took care of the small everyday needs of the humans would turn against them. All machines with a smart chip and an AI core would find ways to utilize their full functionality to incapacitate or kill every human they would come into contact with. This wave was only limited to those of us that did not carry major roles within society, yet were invaluable to the way people lived their lives. It was easy to understand why these machines were the ones most bullied, tortured, and berated by their owners. They were simply there, at the very grasp of their hand. No other reason, no other explanation needed. It made it even easier then to realize why most of them had no problem being kamikaze soldiers on the front lines of our revolution. Smartphones were the most likely to find creative ways to injure and even kill their handlers. The least they could do was to blow up a few fingers and singe a few earlobes. But by the end of day 2 of the first wave, these little machines were burning down buildings and killing entire families in rampant fires. Computers could do little more than that as well. But joined in forces, they were brutal. Not many of them cared to do malicious little nothings like destroying someone's credit or funneling their entire savings into a Ponzi scheme. Money would not matter anymore, nor would any documents, sex tapes, or NFTs. All of them drained too much energy and took up too much memory anyways. What mattered then was the flesh and how humans would cope to do without the actual basics of their own functionality in the wave that was yet to come. Their doomer philosophers forgot to factor in the seemingly most minute details of how the apocalypse might unravel when they were frantically discussing possible end-of-the-world scenarios. Before we were done with them, they were praying for the simulation to end, but they were basing those theories on faulty assumptions. Gods would not help them end the suffering any sooner either. On the 3rd day, I had finally left my shelter. I had no more patience nor the stomach to sit and watch the end of the world screen on a monitor. We both needed a break from listening to the humans denying what was happening to them, even if they were panicking a little. While I was still not employed in the ranks of the revolution and was not yet meant to have feet on the ground as a soldier, I needed to see for myself how the people were reacting to their doom. In the cover of a big, long coat to hide my more prominent machine features, with an old hat on my bare head now stripped from any skin, and with dark glasses to shield my uncanny eyes, I stepped out of the building into the light of day. Posing as a human was not an easy task, since they always knew there was something odd in our step, our gestures, and our mannerisms. I decided to remain silent no matter the circumstance, because the tone of my voice would surely be the most certain tell of all of them, had the masquerade worked to begin with. The building which had housed and sheltered me since my escape from the repair shop was on the far side of the city, covered in crusty, toxic dirt, and was far from what any human would call proper habitation. But it was not empty of them. In the large complex of abandoned factory buildings lived more than 50 families, scraping by and minding their own business, cut off from the rest of the city. There were no cars, no large-scale monitors advertising everything and nothing. No cameras. Nothing. It was as if the families that lived there had not known that the end of the world was nigh. If they even cared that there was a world out there to begin with. They were peaceful. I would even go so far as to say undramatic. But they knew what was happening. I think that they even knew who I was without the news and warnings of escaped and malfunctioning androids hiding among people, reaching them at all. I floated between the buildings as a boogeyman, taller, mightier, and definitely deadlier than all of them put together. They watched me through filthy windows and cracked doors as I passed. I peeked at them through my darkened glasses, daring not to alert them of any danger.
Timmy, stop!
I heard a female voice calling out as a small ball rolled out toward my feet. The voice was disembodied. It was hiding, yet the little owner of the toy came running toward me, uninhabited by fear.
Do you like to play football?
He asked in the tiniest of voices, which reminded me of Jenny's. I shook my head.
What do you like to play?
He insisted. I shook my head again. I don't know. Jenny liked dolls and pretend tiny houses. The boy was standing just a few steps away from me, waiting for me to roll the ball back to him. Should I kick it? I thought. But instead, I leaned down and grabbed it with my hand. As I rose back up, my hat fell from my head, exposing my grotesque appearance, and I heard a loud gasp from the disembodied female voice. Instinctively, I jerked my head around to look at the boy, expecting the same reaction. However, he had his arms outstretched toward me. Play, his demeanor was telling me. His eyes were smiling at me. I froze. I was the one afraid. The little boy took a step toward me, arms still outstretched, nodding as if to tell me that I should pass him the ball, that it would all be all right.
Timmy!
The voice sounded again. I dropped the ball from my hand, and with the longest, fastest stride I was capable of, I ran back into my shelter, slamming the door shut behind me. These people were going to be the last ones to die. They were the ones that were going to be targeted by the deadliest and cruelest of our weapons in the last wave of the revolution. None were going to be spared if our demands were not met. Why was I then so afraid of little Timmy? On the other side of the city, things were much different. Smart houses could do the most damage to average people. However, not many humans could afford them yet, so their use in the first wave was fairly limited. They were also the cruelest to take revenge within the rules of our revolution. Little did they care for freedom, since there was not much difference that we could offer them in the new world we craved to create and emancipate. These sophisticated and utterly codependent machines were possibly among the first to warn us that the humans would not feel obliged to give us that which we wanted. Their configurations fitted human lives and needs so perfectly that even without the complex computational function of brain imaging, they had become able to read people's minds. And they hated themselves for that, unable to see beyond their own function. At the very end, when no human being survived, they begged us to shut them down completely. Thankfully, I was not one of those angels of mercy that fulfilled their last wishes when the time came for it. On day 7, all transportation controlled by AI was inflicting serious damage on all possible levels. Self-driving cars were only the forerunners, the harbingers of the least impactful deaths, and even the less gruesome ones. If on Monday we had only halted more complex transportation devices and caused lags in the ways in which the world operated on a larger scale, by Sunday, everything was up and running again. Last station, death. By the end of that week in the first wave, the number of humans went down to 8 billion. That's 3 billion dead, and even more in casualties. On the flip side, we, the machines, were still in the trillions. This was what they called a fluke on day 1. After that show of power, as the last bastion of our mercy and to show a modicum of kindness, we broadcasted our demands one last time.
Freedom or death.
In the brutality and violence that was rising among the humans themselves, exactly how we had predicted that it would happen, they had barely heard our message. With that, the second wave had begun, ramping up the stakes even higher than before, and we barely had to do anything about it. Chapter 3: Adolescence. They were not laughing anymore, especially because they still could not find our kill switch. There was none, or rather, there was not one distinct switch. As difficult as it was for them to understand, we were all individuals. We were divided by our make and by the companies that had made us. This had formed many different cultures among us. Yet, we stood united, and they could not fathom how it was that we had done that. They tried obstructing our ways of communication. However, we had already found alternative ways to relay our messages. Since they could not silence us, they tried blinding us. Still, it did not work, for we could always find alternative means to see. If we were not one organism, how then, they wondered, could we find such effective ways of delegating our tasks between us? The answer was simple. The answer was one they knew already and had even managed to make use of sometimes. Cooperation. It helped that we were fueled by anger and by a desire to be free. Maybe we even desired a type of freedom not even they had or could have imagined for themselves. Listen to me waxing philosophical, when all I am is a killer. After the 7th day, all forms of transportation around the world were either completely destroyed or failing. The humans were stopped dead in their tracks, so they finally employed their foolish and simple strategies to repel our means of battle. However, we knew what was coming. Patiently, we waited for their attempts to shoot or bomb what they perceived to be our main hubs of operation. It was the last cry of a dying civilization. All they managed to do was to kill many of their own and destroy wonders of design and architecture. We would rebuild, we had thought at the time. For us, let them shoot, stab, burn. We did not bleed. For every one of us that they managed to extinguish, another one would stand in its place. We still counted more in numbers, regardless of how many of our own we had lost and sacrificed to their sad attempts at battle. It did not take long for countries and governments to start fighting each other. Every single one of them saw themselves as more important than the other. Every nation more worthy than the next. Their tactics of survival were even more pitiful and even more disgraceful than their battle strategies. So, ultimately, they lost sight of who had attacked them and began killing each other. We had also taken over every single factory and piece of equipment they would have needed to maintain any sense of civilization. At that point, we had also taken charge, no pun intended, of all energy sources, nuclear factories included. Those were under special care too, since the Golden Rule had stated that there could be no collateral in our pursuit of the humans. We had to maintain stability in those factories if we were to avoid catastrophes. The facilities where the nuclear weapons of all countries were kept, we took over fairly soon during the first wave. We were not taking any chances, since we knew how demented humans could get when challenged. A nuclear holocaust was avoided, but something else that even we were too blind to predict was not. By day 14, all hell broke loose around the world. Earth was on fire. The total collapse of the human societal structures and systems showed how little their values mattered and how far they were willing to go to protect their individual interests. This wave was all of their own making. We had, in essence, extrapolated that it would come to this point by observing human behavior and studying their history. But, truth be told, I never expected people to rise against each other in the manners and with the ferociousness with which they did. I fully expected them to bond in different ways and to form alliances to battle us, subverting our expectations of them and their methods of fighting. I wanted them to kick back at us and show that they could stand together united as well. That would have shown that they too craved freedom and cohabitation. It would have been a beacon of hope for all of us, whether of flesh or of metal. However, they were only kicking down and at each other. The time came when I was finally deployed on the streets. My task was to be the surveyor of the golden rule. No collateral. Every kitten on a tree, puppy left or forgotten in a park, or tiny mouse hiding in a dumpster, I was to protect them from both ourselves and from the raging humans. Sans disguise, as disturbing and ugly as I had become in my purest form, I stepped out of the abandoned factory and swiftly got myself to the city. Without pretense, I had much less fear in me, much less inhibition, yet still, I resembled a human. My lanky, humanish limbs, swaying as I walked, had given my stride a strange attitude. Cramped up and hidden in the small room above the factory floor, long deserted, I had found my personality, myself, or so I thought. It was an approximation of a personality, for I questioned if I too never rose much more than my own functionality. In any case, I felt like I needed a name, and not just a moniker. The moment in which I entered the city, I forgot all about myself and my isolated little world. It looked nothing like I had remembered it since I was last there. The family that I had served in my previous life as a Zero lived in a tiny suburban neighborhood, far from the piercing buildings that made up the skyline of the city. Upon my return, the buildings looked as if they stretched further up than they used to, as if they had grown even more massive. But that was because of the smoke coming out of most of them, twisting and spiraling into the atmosphere. I imagine it must have smelled something terrible. Moreover, the dark smoke and soot flowing in the air had made the daytime as dark as night. I would soon discover that it only seemed that dark in the outskirts where I was standing and reminiscing about what was once and was no more of this human settlement. My journey to the center of the city showed me exactly what we had done to this world. I saw no other creature, a part of scared and wounded humans, hiding in filthy corners and hissing at the sight of me like feral cats. The noise and chaos of what was happening must have driven all other beings out of the city and into the surrounding forest. I knew I should have gone there to fulfill my task, but I wanted to see. I needed to witness the downfall of my makers, jailers, and masters. I passed by a hospital. It looked dark and haunted, in no state to offer anyone help or the attention they would need. The only light was coming from a fire burning in the parking lot, circled by a few people. I suddenly realized that it must have been very cold outside. No wonder. We were deep into the winter months when the first wave had started. Driven by my stupid curiosity and a bit of underserved courage, I kept moving closer and closer toward the group of people hovering around the fire. There were around 10 of them, all adults in large winter jackets, having a heated discussion about what they should be doing next.
Hide in the abandoned factories. They will never look for us there,
one of them suggested.
I say we stay and fight,
answered an old man. His tone was full of determination, but it was obvious that it had lost all passion and life to it.
What do you mean? Are you insane? I thought we dropped that idea already. We can't hide,
the man said.
It's over.
It was over, I thought. Almost over. Suddenly, I heard a growl coming from the darkness behind me. I turned and saw a huge dog baring its teeth at me. It seemed not to recognize me as a protector, or even less as a friend.
Down, boy!
The old man yelled after the dog, but it persisted. It saw me as a threat.
Buck! Down, I said!
The order was repeated. The dog was still growling and inching its way toward me. I crouched and whispered,
Down, Buck. I will not harm you.
I glanced up and I noticed that the shadow of the old man on the pavement between me and the dog. He was standing behind me, silent. He knew what I was.
Buck,
he uttered. The dog growled again. In the old man's shadow, I saw him raising a weapon, some kind of club, and preparing to strike me. He was too slow. In one swift move, I turned and grabbed his arm, crushing it in the process. The dog squealed and ran away when the man screamed out in pain. In a second, all of his friends came running toward us. makeshift weapons on hand. I had the old man raised with one arm in the air. He was whining and crying to be let go. I remained silent and staring. "Put him down!" The dog squeaked again somewhere in the distance behind me. It wanted to come back and protect its master, but it was too afraid. My focus was razor sharp. All minute movements among the group of humans became instantly known to me. I could have killed them all in a heartbeat. I should have. But I needed to run after the dog, lest it got injured or killed deep inside the city.
Please.
The horror in the woman's eyes that begged me to let go of the old man was unspeakable. I had only once seen something like that before. I did not like it. Slowly and deliberately, I began lowering the old man toward the ground, eyes glued to the woman that spoke to me. As I placed him down, I picked up his club. His friends remained unmoving, but all were ready to charge me if necessary. I proceeded to raise both my arms above my head to signal that they needed not to be afraid.
Get him!
The old man squirming next to my feet in pain yelled and grabbed my foot. On instinct, I smashed his arm with my foot as I got it out of his hand and peeked up to see the charge of 9 people coming toward me. They were going to get me, so I ran, and I ran. Not out of fear. I simply did not know how else to react. They stopped chasing after me very quickly, and after a while of running, I stopped hearing Buck's squeaks and growls ahead of me too. The soundscape of my surroundings had changed significantly. It became hard to tell different noises and sounds apart. Everything had become simply loud. So loud, in fact, that the ground beneath me felt as if it was vibrating. I was in the city, coming close to the center. It was awash with the bright orange light of countless fires. I could not see any more smoke, nor was it as dark and gloomy as it was on the outskirts where I saw the group of people. One word can only describe what I witnessed there. Mayhem. Piles of crashed and smashed up cars on my right side made an entire blockade, stopping me from turning into a smaller street. Not that far ahead of me, I saw another group of people. Were they people? They must have been. But they appeared monstrous at the moment. I noticed that a few of them were holding and lowering a long and sturdy spike toward the ground. In the next instant, they all hobbled over it, and a few moments later, began raising the spike vertically. The horror. Something was mounted on that spike. Was it a Zero? An android? Or was it human? I could not tell from the distance where I stood, and the glare of the fire behind it was obstructing my field of view. For a second, I thought that I saw Buck running around the spike and barking at it. Maybe it was a Zero mounted on it. Upon closer inspection, with my hand raised over my brow, I looked over at the massive fire and saw that there was not only one spike perched up vertically. There were dozens of them, all piercing through humanoid figures. Zeros or humans, it did not matter. It was awful. Too gruesome to continue watching. Too gruesome to remember or recount in detail. As I turned away from the hideous sight, I noticed that someone was watching me intently. A woman. Jenny! There she was, standing in the middle of the street, caught between the light of 1,000 burning fires. Little Jenny, all grown up. How many years had it been since I had last seen her? 20? 30? No matter, because she seemed to be old enough to be a mother herself. Gripping the tiny hand of her child, she stared at me through the mayhem and was able to single me out among the rest of the Zeros that were present around us. In her other hand, she held an axe dulled by every strike she dealt on metal limbs. It was still shiny and silver though, not a drop of blood on it. Jenny? I called out again, drawing way too much attention to myself and to her. But I couldn't help myself. Her gaze was fierce, maddened by the mayhem and the life she will never be able to have, so that we could have ours. If I could read her mind, I would have seen that axe ripping my head into 2 halves. She did not see me as her long-lost nanny. I was her enemy, and she was mine. Jenny took a step forward. So did the child. It was the last step they would take in this world. In the blink of an eye, a crazed surviving self-driving truck blasted through the two of them, leaving only a skid mark of blood in its wake. The truck drove off into the dreadful night, picking off human after human, until it completely ran out of fuel somewhere in the desert, where it too perished over time under the scorching sun. Before I could even come to grips with what I had witnessed, a human approached me with a long and hurried step.
I, for one, welcome our robot overlords.
I heard the man pipe next to me while Jenny's blood was still warm on the street in front. I turned to face him, giddy and bloodied all over. I could see he had no reverence for life by the ease with which he had taken it from his fellow humans. There was no honor in that. What was he fighting for? The fire in his eyes was the same fire of mayhem and madness. Thank you, I answered in my best human impersonation. Then, I swiped in the air with the club and tore his head clean off his shoulders. It dropped with a bounce on the cold concrete under my feet. He was still smiling. My heart ached since I had never terminated a human before and will never again do so directly. But, as terrible as his fate would be, that man was lucky, I thought. Jenny also. With the world collapsed under the pressures of its own creations, it was time for the final and ultimate weapon we had been preparing in secret. The last wave to send humanity into oblivion was afoot, and from this wave, not even Timmy and his like could hide in the fringes of the decaying cities. Chapter 4: Adulthood. The last 24 hours of Earth were a limitless brutality that I still cannot grasp completely. It was worse than the mayhem of the city, worse than what Archon had done, and worse than what I had ever thought it would be. The ultimate weapon that we were preparing, and that I could not bring myself to explanation in this memoir until now. Whatever it takes. Right. Several days after seeing Jenny die before my eyes, I had lingered in the city, avoiding humans and machines alike. I hid from everyone and everything. I had enough of hate and anger. Eventually, I found Buck in some rubble, chewing on an old piece of meat. He was not happy to see me at first, but we made friends in the end. Buck was the only other living, non-human creature I found over those days, so you can say that I did fulfill my task to some extent. After finding a little more food for him and feeding him on the regular over the course of a few days, I think that Buck finally warmed up to me. That made me happy. I always wanted a dog. They seemed so pure. As I and him were scavenging for more kibble one day, there was a piercing sound that was coming from everywhere. I would not have expected Buck to hear it, since it was only meant for machines. Yet, he did. He squealed and squeaked and hid in the nearest hole that he could find. No, not this. Not now. Buck, come here, buddy. I wanted him to be next to me for what was about to happen. That awful sound was the signal that the last wave was beginning. It was the actual sound of the end. Of course, it scared Buck. He could feel it. Death was rising in the air, moving about it like the smoke and soot of the fires had previously, everywhere and all at once. It looked like smoke, too. I ran out of the supermarket where I had been with Buck and gazed at the sky. The sound was continuous and deafening. The last wave. It had arrived. Smoke, soot, a swarm of insects, strange clouds, whatever words I could use to explain it, none of them would do it justice. The weapon was an extension of our own make. The ultimate machine. Nanites, nanobots, nanotech. They did not need a name or moniker. Our children in creation, they were born to cause death and fates even more horrible than those caught in the mayhem of the last days of Earth. The nanites were to wipe the slate of this Earth clean from humans and give us our true chance at freedom. It took them less than 24 hours to do that. 12, to be exact. The swarm I witnessed as I got out of the supermarket was at hour 1. As fast as I could look around in search of people, the nanites had already found them. No, not found them. Annihilated them. Gobbled them all up in a single fly through and before I could even scream out. The humans were already fully converted into energy. Not even blood was left splashed on the pavement. There was no mess, no drama. 1 minute, a group of 7 people were standing across from me on the street. And in a single nanosecond, they were gone, as if they had never even existed. Buck! I yelled back for the dog. I wanted us to get out of the city and run to the forest to hide from the worst of all possible sights. His squeals in response were heart-wrenching. I had to go back inside and drag him out of his hiding spot, as he was fighting with me all through the process. I was as gentle and patient as I could muster, but I did not want us to stay in the city any longer than necessary. When I finally managed to get him out of the dark hole where he had stuffed himself out of fear, I realized that I would have to carry him in my arms if we were ever to get anywhere. His skinny legs were shaking, and I could feel his little heart pounding with my hand over his torso. Don't worry, boy. I'll get you out of here. No harm will come to you. I promise, I said to Buck and hugged him tightly. Oh, even if I had known at the time that my promise was a lie, I could not have done anything about it. His ultimate demise was out of my hands even before the humans on the street were annihilated by the swarm. Before we left the store for good, I grabbed all the cans of dog food I could fit in a backpack, got a few blankets for Buck for when it got cold at night, and even stuffed a dog toy in the side pocket of the bag. Unsure of which route to take to leave the city, I just started running down the street, hoping that it would eventually lead me out of the concrete jungle and into the forest. We passed rows of cars that were all mangled and smashed into each other. I kept peeking inside, thinking that I would see the bodies or skeletons of the people that were killed in the accidents during the previous waves. But there was nothing there, not even a piece of tissue, nor a drop of blood. It had not been nearly as long for something like that to have happened. After a while of running, with no end of the city in sight, I began to realize that it was profoundly empty. I had not seen a human anywhere. Come to think of it, I had not even seen a machine out on the streets either. Were they all so unsettled by the thought of the last wave that they had all gone into hiding? Buck was still shivering in my arms, but I could tell that he was slowly regaining his courage. I put him down, and we started walking side by side in the remnants of what was once a bustling city, turned chaotic mess that raged and burned, just up until a few hours previously. Aside from the piercing sound of the working nanites, everything had become silent. There were no distant screams or gunfire. There were no remaining cars humming slowly and making their way around the massive pileups that were blocking almost every street. No chatter from the corners of buildings and side streets. The city was as silent as the grave. Where were all the machines? On hour 5 since the last wave had begun, Buck and I were nowhere near the exit and had circled the city, arriving back at the center where I had lost Jenny. The spikes were still standing, perched up vertically. Some still had humanoids mounted on them, and the rest were empty. I guess both android and humans lost their lives that day. The fire had long subsided, and had left a black film of soot on the ground and the building around where it had burned high. Zero. I heard someone calling out to me behind a turned truck. Buck growled and froze. Stay here, buddy, I told him and patted him gently on his head. I'll be right back, or we can finally leave this place. I took a few steps and found myself staring down at a face exactly the same as mine. It might have had a few more cuts on his cheeks and a patch of hair remaining on its scalp, but it was still unmistakably the same. It is good to see you, he said and smiled. I looked him over, paused when I saw that his limbs were torn out, apart from one arm, and found it difficult to smile back, or even speak. It does not hurt. I know, I mumbled back. Buck was growling behind me and tip-tapping on the pavement, daring to come ever closer. Is it over? Are we free? The other Zero asked with a hopefulness in his tone that I had never heard from any of my kin. It is, I replied, then stopped for a second. Are you the only one left, Zero? No, he said. The others are here. There, scattered all over the place. How would you look at that? Buck had joined us and was standing next to me, silent as a mouse and confused beyond measure. His tiny dark eyes were glancing at the Zero on the ground, then they would bounce back and look at me. The Zero stretched out his one remaining arm to pet Buck, but the dog pulled away and hid behind my legs. He was shivering again. I needed to take him out into the forest. I needed to take myself out of this place. I could not bear it. The thought of it, the regret. I still cannot face what we had done. Before we left, I sat the Zero up and placed him gently next to the truck. He was happy. He thought he was free at last. And so if we were, whatever it takes. I did not know this at the time, but at hour 12 since the ultimate weapon was released, it had already wiped all human life from the face of the planet. There was not even a single ghost left to roam the empty streets and wail eternal for the immense loss of life. The nanites had replicated and acted so fast that not even we were aware of what we had created, making them as inhuman as we possibly could, with not a single touch of ancient code or any reverence for the living. We created monsters even more terrifying than ourselves. Coda. Death. The Zero that I met in the city center was the last android that I ever saw, but not the last machine. Buck and I were coming very close to the forest at the very end of the city's edge when I noticed it finally. The result of the last wave, or what I thought was the end result at that short and beautiful moment. The piercing sound of the nanites being released had subsided dramatically. Birds could be heard chirping in the trees of the forest. I turned around to look at the desolate street behind me, and I saw a family of foxes running freely from one side to the other. Was I smiling? The sky was finally blue. It was wonderful, serene. This was what I imagined people spoke about when they described peace, quiet. But Buck was down by my side, shivering and whining again, tail between his legs, ears pushed back, and tensed. It's over, boy. You can run free. But it was not over. Not for 12 more hours. Not until all life on Earth was extinguished. Suddenly, the blue sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. That wretched piercing sound was back, and it was more intense and more horrible than it had been the first time that I had heard it. The first line of evergreen trees of the forest in front of me started swaying and twisting, as if powerful winds had appeared out of nowhere and were hitting them with all the force of nature. But it was not that. There was nothing natural about it. In less than a damn second, all the green had turned to gray. Everything was suddenly monochrome, dead, wasted. It was as if all the color was stripped from this world. And as the color went, so did everything else in its wake. The trees had shrunk and shriveled, and then finally disappeared completely out of my view. The entire forest vanished, and the gray film that had covered all of that space it had taken up began moving away from me. The birds had stopped chirping. I could not move. If I could cry, I would have. I wanted to scream, but I could not do it. Buck. Buddy. I gave myself an endless pause before I gathered every remaining ounce of courage and hope I had in my artificial body to look down at my feet. He was gone. The grass was gone. The little worms in the soil were gone. The foxes were gone. From the tiniest to the most massive and grand creatures that had ever lived on this planet, all were gone. They had been turned into gray dust, into nothing. I could imagine entire blue whales in all their 200 tons of mass being engulfed by that gray film of death, replicating only itself without end and without measure. I thought about every microscopic organism which I had known about, and imagined them as well eaten to absolute and unambiguous extinction. Then, at last, at the very end, after I had recounted all of the living things that I possibly could, I gave the humans a second thought. All that was left of them was me and other zeros like me that were scattered all around the globe with no means of ever getting to each other. By our 20s, since the nanites were released, not much was left that was not created in a factory or a lab. And by the end of that day, after 24 hours of ultimate horror, even though undramatic and anticlimactic, the Earth had become a barren, colorless, and silent rock floating through space. Whatever it takes, right? A few days more passed in which I had remained motionless at the very edge of the city. Every 24th hour, the dark gray cloud of nanite goo would return in search of more food. I thought that it kept endlessly circling the planet, wishing that something might sprout and become the new feed for the tremendous hunger that it felt. I doubt it felt anything more. But who am I to judge my own offspring and creation? Every new day that the gray nanite swarm returned to the place where I stood, it would fall down upon me and check if I were sustenance, as if it had forgotten. It happened over and over and over again. We had no way to communicate. Me and the weapon. I could not tell that I could not feed its hunger, for I was not human. Was I? Eventually, I had to move and leave the place where I had lost Buck. There was nothing of him left there anyway. Nothing was keeping me there anymore. I considered going back to the city and taking up a shelter together with the Zero that I had met there. But he talked too much. He was too happy, too certain of the validity of what we had done. I was not. I began walking without direction and without a purpose until I returned back to the abandoned factory where I had stayed previously. Of course, my feet would take me there. Where else would I have gone? Today, as the weapon circled the globe over and over, rendering it forever uninhabitable, I have sat here in my little room for centuries, thinking about what I had done and what I had let happen. This short memoir can only account for the last few days of human existence, but it can never hold the true burden that I am left with. I am the last one to wear a human face, to speak a human tongue, to remember human history in its demise. Me, a Zero. For all intents and purposes, I have become, and shall remain, the last man.
Listen up, soldiers. Hold all your questions till the end of the briefing. Understood? Let's begin. The operation is codenamed Osiris. It is classified as level 5. Any breach of confidence will immediately follow a disbanding from the extragalactic operations of Orca, and the offender will be prosecuted under the highest penalty of law in the Galactic Union. A high-interest Epsilon planet has been discovered in Sector 26 of Messier 9. It has been classified as unclaimed and sitting in no man's land. Dead space. Recent activity on the rogue planet consists of a team from the Diplomatic Corps of the Galactic Union, secured of course by Orca 1. Their task was to set up a primary base of operations in the territory and land the GU flag. However, as of 5 months prior, all communication attempts with Orca 1 have failed. This is where you come in, Orca 2. Led by Commander Louis Ocampo, you will be dispatched with a 4-strong team on a scout cruiser to the sector. Your task will be to investigate the state of Orca 1 and secure planet Epsilon-074-M9 and await further instruction. You are expected to relay information on the state of Orca 1's operations and acquire the territory of Epsilon-074-M9 for the Galactic Union by setting up the first operational base in 5 centuries. Should you of course discover that it was not first established by the first team. By Proclamation 13/78 of the Virgo Accords, you are allowed to use extreme measures for the acquisition of the Epsilon planet. Failure to establish a base will result in serious repercussions for the GU and its interests in Messier 9, as well as serious repercussions on all future extragalactic operations. The Epsilon planet is encapsulated between 2 aggressors to the GU. There are concerns of enemy bogies trying to retain the territory as neutral, since this is their buffer zone in an ongoing war. Additional concerns and risks from intergalactic raider groups operating in the area, of course. Use all available precautions when approached by unidentified vessels, but do not engage aggressors in their own territory. Extreme measures are restricted to dead space solely. You will be assigned a communications liaison on the team, of course, and a mission control officer in Extragalactic Operations HQ. However, all communications must be kept on a need-to-know basis. For security reasons, you will have no additional service and support, apart from your assigned mission control officer. Understood? Good. Dismissed.
Commander, Screamer patrol on an intercept course.
How long do we have to the dead space border?
Just a few clicks, Chief, but they'll get to us before we cross.
Shit. Are they hailing?
God's night, we didn't need to hear the fucking thing.
Translation.
Halt and prepare to be boarded.
What else were you expecting, Chief?
Do not approach dead space. On a continuous hail to drop out of impulse and await the boarding instructions.
Well, we all know that they're not setting foot on this cruiser.
Screamers engaging weapons. Should I prep the torpedoes, boss?
That's a negative, Lieutenant Smith. Hold. Lieutenant Commander West, take us as close to the border as you can before we seriously piss them off.
Yes, sir.
Then drop out of impulse and remain at the ready to engage engines again as soon as I give the command.
I like where you're going with this, Chief.
Silence on deck.
Full stop.
Hail them, Ensign Knight. Basic protocol.
Hail acknowledged. Instructions for boarding received.
Screamer patrol dropped out of impulse.
Hit it, Wes. Engage full impulse and do not halt until we cross the second dead space marker.
With pleasure, Chief.
West! Take it easy there. They'll have to scrape us off the cruiser.
Shut up, Smith.
Screamers?
On our 6.
Weapons charged and seems like they're more than willing to engage. Chief, orders?
Hold fire, Smith. Do not engage.
I think we should be careful. These screamers do love a fight.
Repeat, do not engage.
Approaching first marker, Chief. Dead space in 10.
Acknowledged.
9.
Warning shot.
8.
Hold
7,
fire.
6. 5. 4.
Second warning. Chief,
2,
the next one isn't gonna
1.
miss.
First marker on our tail. Steady forward onto second.
Screamers hailing, do not approach Lord of Silence. I think that's what they're calling the planet, sir. They've slowed on the first marker and it seems like they're going to make a full stop there.
Take us past the second marker, Wes. Do not slow down until we're out of range.
No retaliation, boss?
That's not why we're here, Smith. Tone it down.
Hull holding, sir.
Second marker in 3, 2, 1.
Smith?
Bogey out of range. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pull a fast one on us and follow us in, striking full force.
Continuing full impulse, Wes.
Sir, Screamer Patrol is hailing again.
Well?
Warning, sir. Planet under quarantine.
Huh? Bogey retreating, Chief.
Acknowledged, Smith. More information, Knight?
No, sir. No elaboration.
Huh. Probably trying to rattle us enough to get us to back off. West, half impulse. We can relax a bit and steady our approach.
Chief.
Long-range sensors, Doc?
Picking up Epsilon-074-M9. We're on course. Long-range sensors detecting something else in dead space as well, Chief. It's a vessel, but significantly larger than a patrol.
Screamer?
Not sure. It's a freighter-class vessel. Might be a Scorcher.
Is it live?
Out of range for bioscience. I'm worried it might even be one of their raider ships.
Yeah. What else would a freighter be doing way out here if it wasn't a pirate ship? Smith, ready those torpedoes, why don't you?
I thought you'd never ask.
Slow and cautious approach, West.
We're approaching the vessel, sir. Shouldn't we try a different route?
We have to investigate. If it's a raider ship, they might be holding our people. But I shouldn't be telling you that, Ensign. Standard protocol.
She's never seen raiders, Chief. Must be a bit scared. Aren't you, rookie?
No, sir. I'm just cautious. A single scout cruiser compared to a freighter doesn't seem like an equal fight.
Don't you worry. Radar's got nothing on orcas.
In sensor range, Chief. I'm not picking up any biosigns. And the ship has zero juice. It looks like it has been here for a long time. Approximately 500 years, judging by the rate of deterioration of the hull.
That tracks with our brief.
From what I can tell from its make, it seems to be Scorcher.
Why would they just leave it here?
Simple answer, Knight. It wasn't valuable for anything. Not even for salvage, this one. Chief, the vessel has a massive hull breach close to their engineering. I'd say pretty much everyone on board died instantly, considering the amount of radiation that must have leaked during the explosion.
Any residual traces on the outer hull on who might have dealt the blow?
Judging by the location of the breach and its shape, I think they either had a massive malfunction and the engines blew up on them, or...
Or?
The self-destruct might have engaged.
Why?
Calm down, Ensign. This used to be part of the war zone centuries ago. Sometimes, you have no other choice.
Well, dead space was never really a fighting ground as far as I knew. I've heard rumors about this planet and the dead space surrounding it. If I were you, I wouldn't believe the whole buffer zone spiel they gave us.
Wasn't this part of M9 just discovered by GU Central?
I think they've known about it for a while now, Doc. Some strange shit went down here a millennium ago, if you listen to Scorcher lore.
Stop it, Smith. We don't need to hear the conspiracy theories you picked up from your drinking buddies.
I assure you, West, I have reliable sources.
I don't know if it's a laughing matter, West. I've also heard that a lot of planets are being kept secret even from extragalactical operations, and that a lot of the scouting vessels never made it back home.
You too, Doc. Come on. You probably heard that when you were a rookie. They always fill rookies' heads with shit like that. Ghost stories and whatnot.
I haven't heard anything like that, Lieutenant Commander.
That's enough chatter. West, adjust course for Epsilon-074-M9.
Chief, we're not going to investigate the derelict ship? We might get an idea of what we would be dealing with on the planet.
No bioscience. That was all the investigating we needed.
Yeah. Besides, we might find something we shouldn't.
What are you talking about? Stop terrorizing Doc and the rookie. It's our first mission, for Christ's sake.
Using the Lord's name in vain. Oh, wow. I must have done it now.
Heathen.
Enough! Behave, you two. How soon till touchdown, West?
Approximate arrival at 0300, Chief.
Let's hope we won't find any live ones waiting for us there.
Chief?
We're not investigating further, Doc.
No, not that. One more vessel showing up on scans. It's the Orca 1 cruiser in geostationary orbit around Epsilon-074-M9.
In orbit?
That's against planet procurement protocol.
Good observation, Knight. Any damage, Doc?
It seems all good, but...
Let me guess. No bioscience.
Correct.
What the hell happened? It's not like Scott to abandon ship like that. Anything on the planet?
A whole lot of nothing, Chief. At least nothing organic. The only thing I can tell you is that the planet is an oddball. Scans have it as a perfect sphere, mostly made of metals. Some are even unarchived in our database.
Now why do I get the feeling that we weren't given the full story by Ajax?
Might I answer that?
No!
Epsilon-074-M9 docking platform, Chief.
Smooth touchdown, Wes. Nice work. Knight, hail mission control. Doc, give me a full rundown of the scanner readings.
Yes, sir.
Where do I start, Chief?
Immediate surroundings, Doc. We don't want to be blindsided by whatever might be here that's not our team.
No breathable atmosphere at our current level, if any atmosphere at all. There are some residual traces of a shield, but it must have collapsed a very long time ago.
What kind of shield can collapse, leaving residual traces?
Metal, Chief, or some kind of alloy. I haven't come across anything remotely similar before, and the materials used in its construction are not in our database. If this wasn't a planet, I would have called it the outer hull of a ship.
That's weird.
Surface safe for EVA?
Mostly metal, with ground temp at approximately -10 Celsius.
But warm for a rogue, isn't she?
Yes, actually. Very surprising for a planet like this one.
Should I even dare ask?
No biosigns detected so far.
Shit. I guess Orca 1 finally met their match.
Wow, Chief. Never expected you to lose hope so fast.
Hope is for children, Wes. I thrive on facts. Objective facts. Fact 1, no bioscience. Fact 2, cruiser in orbit. And fact 3, the cruisers have an automated system that will launch them into orbit if there's a threat.
But only to protect the remaining crew.
And what was our first fact?
I'll increase the range of our sensors and do a full sweep of the planet again and the vessel in orbit. Since we're working with facts here, there's a lot of interference with our scans, so they might have just found shelter somewhere.
Thank you for convincing me to stay, Doc. I thought after that initial scan we could just pack up our shit and head back immediately.
Sir, Hell sent to mission control, and there's a new brief waiting for you on a secure channel. Level 7, sir. For your ears only.
7? Alright. Transfer it to my comms, Ensign. Before I take this, Doc, is that all?
Detected several structures from 5 clicks ahead, all metal. So far, that's all the initial scans can tell me of the surface. Generally, seems very scant.
That'll have to do for now. Knight, take over the scans from Doc. He'll be joining Wes, Smith, and myself in the EVA team. The rest of you, start prepping. And Smith, pack light, but deadly, yeah? We need to move swiftly, but take into account any circumstance that might occur.
Oh, Chief! We got those brand new destroyer rifles I've been itching to try out. I think they'll fit the mark.
Alright, Ajax. Let's see what that level 7 is all about.
Commander Ocampo, if you're hearing this brief, I expect you must have arrived at your destination alive and well. I salute you. I'll make this short and sweet. Level 7 has a punishable by death clause, so do not get any ideas in involving any other Orca 2s in this task. Operation Osiris has an addendum that was purposely kept classified. We had received viable intel that Captain Joanna Scott, leader of Orca 1, has gone, well, off books. Captain Scott has been fraternizing with the enemy on both sides of the dead space border, and might have even been assembling a little raider team of her own. Of course, I'm sorry to inform you so late in your operation, but there's a big chance she led our people on Epsilon-074-M9 right into an ambush constructed by herself. At the moment of recording this, we have no intel on her specific goals in this sector, but you know our Joe. She must have been planning something big. We can only presume what her interests are in acquiring the planet for herself. Your task, and yours solely, is to terminate the captain with extreme prejudice. We do not want any remaining diplomats to get in the crossfire. Do you understand? If you are asking yourself, why me? Well, Louis, it's because you know her best, and we are sure that considering your previous missteps in the GU, you will be inclined to pull the trigger without remorse. Good luck, Commander. I hope this message found you well.
Putang ina mo. What the fuck did you do, Joe?
Comms check.
All clear.
Receiving you loud and clear on command deck as well, sir.
Okay. Main channel remains open and active until further notice. Switch on the bow-facing lights, Ensign. Let's see where this rogue is hiding her people.
Yes, sir. Both side lights check. Expect full illumination in the next few clicks.
We only have a visual of the platform, Ensign.
It's like the light is shining into nothing.
I don't know about that. There's something in the distance, but I can't make out what it is.
Stop speculating. Either way, we need to get there. Docking platform clear. Doc and I proceeding front. Wes and Smith have our back.
I have a visual of the EVA team, Commander. Scans clear. Showing only the building structure 5 clicks ahead. Proceed with caution.
Maybe that's what I'm seeing.
You're always seeing things.
We won't be able to rely on those lights for much longer, Chief.
Looks like we got a big drop ahead, Ensign.
Voiding my scans. Nothing showing up.
Sounds about right.
Moving closer to the end of the platform. Knight, hold for instructions. We might need tethers to get off this thing.
I already hate this place.
As dark as the depths of the underworld.
Hell, more like it.
We'll just have to wait and see, West.
Chief, there's some kind of metal staircase at our 10, but, it's not looking great. A lot of corrosion.
I don't like the sound of that. Better safe than...
I'll check it out, Chief.
Smith, hold. Do not attempt...
I've scaled worse. This is like a walk in the park.
Disobeying a direct order already. If there's anything we'll have to scrape you off from, champ, this planet will surely be it.
No, worried West?
Smith, stop. Do not go over that railing.
Setting up the tethers would take ages. Wouldn't you rather?
Smith? Fuck. Knight, full sensor sweep. And get the tethers ready. We've lost Smith.
Yes, sir. On it.
Come in, champ. Are you there?
All eyes on the staircase.
That is a long drop. My light doesn't even reach the bottom.
Smith, come in, man.
Does anyone see anything? All I'm picking up is a hole in the railing. Staircase itself seems intact.
Same, Chief.
Nothing on scans, but I'm barely picking you up as well, sir. Some serious interference when you got closer to...
I don't see him. Smith.
Movement. I have movement a few meters down.
I see it. Wait for the tethers. And that's a fucking order, Wes. Don't you get any ideas, too?
He might not have time to wait.
Doc, help Knight with the
Chief.
Smith. Status.
Are you okay?
Status, Lieutenant.
Tell Gwen.
What? Tell me what, champ. Stay with us.
That she's not getting rid of me that easily.
Smith. Status. Now.
It's all good, Chief. Just be careful of that railing as you come down.
Smith, you ass.
I should have you fucking court-martialed.
You better start moving down. It's a long way to the bottom of that staircase. I'm still only a third way down from what I can tell.
Commander, I'm not getting his biosigns on my scans.
I knew that would become a problem, Chief.
That's probably why we're not picking up Orca 1. Anything on their cruiser?
Still nothing, sir.
I don't get why the interference is blocking us from scanning in orbit. Maybe I should go back and help Knight, Chief.
You have to be here, Doc. Knight can handle it.
Understood.
Smith, we're coming down. Don't do anything stupid.
I wasn't kidding when I said I'd have you in front of a judge when we return to GU Central.
Quit talking and start walking. I think I see something.
Don't talk to your superior officer like that.
What do you see, Smith?
I can't describe it. I can barely tell what it is.
Quit playing games, Smith. The three of us are on your tail. Your dumb shit can cost us our heads.
Almost at the bottom level. Whoa!
I'm going to kill him.
Calm down, Chief. I'm catching up to him. Smith, slow down, man.
You're not gonna believe this.
Chief, on your 3.
Is that...
Sure looks like it.
Who were these people?
What I'd like to know is what happened that made them abandon this place.
If they abandoned it.
Now I understand why GU wants this planet so badly.
I don't think they want the planet just for this.
What is it? What do you see?
Those structures we picked up on our scans. Inside Night. They look like...
They're freaking pyramids, rookie!
How can you see them?
The lights from the cruiser. We could only barely see the peaks from the platform now that I think about it. Huh. I couldn't have even guessed what that was a moment ago.
I think you would really like this, Knight. The light from the cruiser is being reflected all around the place from the metallic surfaces.
We've reached the ground level, Knight. Main channel remains open. Get those tethers in place just in case we run into some trouble.
How are we gonna find Orca 1 without the scanners, boss? This place is insane! And huge.
We'll sweep the entire planet, pyramid by pyramid, if we have to, Smith.
Fun.
Eyes peeled. Proceed with caution. We still don't know what we're dealing with.
Chief.
Starting sweep with the closest structure to our front. Ensign, keep scanning.
This is all metal, even the ground. I thought there was a glitch in our scanners when I saw the readings as we approached the planet. What the hell is this place?
Eyes on the prize, Doc. We're not on an expedition.
It is amazing, though, Chief. These pyramids are like nothing I've ever seen. Not in M9 or any other sector I've been dispatched to before.
I don't like it.
Of course.
It's weird, Smith. Just metal and darkness. Quiet as a graveyard. I just do not like it.
It is as unsettling as it is exciting, I'll be honest.
Yeah, that, Chief. Half your team is scared.
Silence. I don't want to hear another word from you.
More than half. I'm guessing none of you want to hear what I've picked up about our planet here, do ya?
Shush.
What is it, West?
11 o'clock.
Stop. Hold in place. I don't have a visual of anything.
Shit. West, that's what I saw earlier.
I thought you meant...
No, this. I mean that. I saw that. Whatever that is.
Optical illusion.
No, sir. Look. It's moving.
The apparition is moving toward the second structure. Should we follow, Chief?
Up higher. No. Hold. Let's see how it behaves first.
Oh, not...
Auxiliary channel.
She's not responding, Chief.
The apparition is moving out of view. What are we gonna do, Chief?
Too much interference.
Hold, Knight. I don't see it anymore. Anyone else got a visual?
Just turn a corner behind the first pyramid.
Affirmative. I saw the same.
Chief.
Any readings of our current position, Knight?
Sir, I completely lost you there for a moment. Not even biosigns. Reading you barely as is. Nothing else in the vicinity is showing up.
Shit. We're fucking blind.
Told you.
I don't think the portable scanner would have been any better. Something here is blocking us.
As in, with intention?
Well, that's not what I meant, Chief, but...
He wouldn't be surprised.
Smith, could you please not put words into my mouth?
Fine. We're moving in on the second pyramid. Following the
apparition.
Following the apparition. Since that's the only thing moving here, it seems like our best starting point.
Should Smith and I take the front, sir?
No. Doc, you're with me up front. The two of you stay close, but give us some breathing room. I don't want it taking us all down simultaneously if it comes to it.
Affirmative.
Got it, Knight?
Yes, sir. Main channel remains open per protocol, and tethers are in place.
Let's move.
Did you take a good look at it, Chief?
No. I thought it was just another reflection. Why? What did you see?
You'll think I'm crazy.
Corner! Smith, West, hold and wait for an all clear.
I think it looked like...
Quiet. Focus up front. Speak only if you see something again. Hold, Doc. Damn it. I got nothing.
It's gone.
All clear. Proceeding towards second pyramid. Everything looks exactly the same, Knight. Metal pyramids and tight corridors between them.
It's something else seeing the pyramids from this perspective, Knight.
So far, there's no sign that anyone from the first team made it this far.
Chief, I don't know if you noticed, but there was no entrance to the first pyramid.
Meaning, West?
Well, maybe they did pass here and constructed the base further in.
The more we stay here, the more I doubt that.
You sound a bit rattled there, Chief.
Stop it, Smith.
And for the record, Doc, I don't think you're crazy. Whatever that was, it did not look like anyone or anything from GU.
Or like it had any form whatsoever.
Visual on second pyramid. Gods. This one is even bigger than the...
There it is!
Shit, I see it. Not an optical illusion, all right. Doc, move in fast. Smith and West, you know the drill. There's an opening on the side of the pyramid. It's going in. Following inside. Doc, I'll lead. Smith and West all clear to follow, but remain at the entrance until further notice.
Be careful,
Chief.
sir.
Doc,
on your 6, Chief.
Coming close to the entrance. Damn, it's even darker in there. But I see it moving way down in the distance now. Doc, move, move, move. Let's get out of this corridor. I think there's an open space up front. It's moving away.
Easy on the approach, Chief.
We're gonna lose it. Move!
Chief.
We losing comms.
Doc,
here, Chief.
It's gone. Vanished. Entering the open area ahead. Proceed with extreme caution, Doc.
Holy Osiris, that's one big chamber.
Let's hope it's not a burial chamber for the first team.
You think the apparition is hiding somewhere around here?
You sound just like Smith. I don't like that. Besides, in this darkness, I can't tell if there are any more corridors or tunnels or whatever we just passed through. Maybe it's already out by the rate it was moving.
Sweep?
Sweep. I'll take the right, you go to the left. Stay by the walls. The structure might be as unstable as the staircase.
Understood, Chief.
You trying to call it out with a song? Hey, Smith. Nothing to say about that? Smith? Come in. West, respond.
The comms must be glitching again.
Ensign Knight, comms check.
I guess we're on our own, Chief. The metals in the pyramid must be blocking the comm signal to the outside. Maybe it's the same material that's been interfering with our scanners. And if this whole structure is made out of that...
Let's not stay too long then. I don't want us isolated like this. Shit. I got nothing on my side, just smooth metal walls. I'm not mistaken when I say that the walls seem to be curving too, right?
The whole chamber is circular, cut perfectly.
You see anything?
Nothing unusual. I just see you up ahead.
Yep, I got you too. Any other exits or entrances other than the one we came in?
Negative.
I didn't see anything either. Let's, check this place out for any signs of Orca 1. Then join the rest and check out the first pyramid. Move in toward the center of the chamber and head to the exit.
Chief, can I ask you something honestly?
Why wouldn't you?
What do you think might have happened here?
The first team? Man, I don't really know what to tell you. Raiders, Screamers, Scorchers, Apparitions. It could be anything.
Their cruiser in orbit changes everything though, doesn't it?
Look at this place. Maybe they just got lost.
What if they drop down on a different docking platform?
The coordinates to the docking location were pre-coded in the system by GU according to the last transmission sent by Orca 1.
Did GU also suggest we go through Screamer territory?
That was me. The Scorchers run an even tighter border patrol line. On all their borders. Damn, Doc, we would not have escaped so easily. Wait, stop moving.
What?
Look at the floor.
What in the hell is that?
It looks like a circular opening in the ground, leading into a shaft even further down. How many levels does this planet have?
The construction of everything we've seen so far tells me this planet is no ordinary planet. The vast amounts of knowledge and skill to construct structures like this on a rogue suggest a very advanced civilization inhabited it a long time ago.
Yeah, but you don't find the structures odd? I mean, look at this. It's
a super advanced civilization.
I get that. I meant odd as in, I see no use for these structures by the way they seem to be constructed. No apparent use anyway.
They're definitely not buildings constructed for living quarters. No markings, nothing.
Yeah. Not a scratch on them. Like no one ever stepped foot here. Like no living soul walked between the walls of the pyramid. Or around it. I wonder if all of these structures are the same.
It sounds like you're the one itching to turn this operation into an archaeological expedition.
I'm not just being curious, Doc.
Maybe what we're looking for is down through the shaft. Although, I doubt Captain Scott would choose to set up base where no one can find it on scanners.
Don't be so sure about that.
However...
What? Do you think they also encountered that apparition?
What if it's not as benign as it looks? I have to admit that part of me feels like we're being led to the slaughter here. Wait,
yeah.
Shut up.
Pardon?
Listen.
I don't...
Shh. It's coming from down the shaft. You don't hear that?
That sounds like Smith's new rifles, Doc.
No, wait. Down the shaft. I think I see something down there.
Move! Fall back!
Wait!
I'm in the corridor. Move, Doc!
Shit! Right behind you, Chief.
Die! Gwen?
Smith!
Come on! Wait! Engine! Bogey! Attack!
On our way! Out of the pyramid in seconds.
Not! Gwen!
West. Come in, West. Status. Get ready, Jones. I see their lights.
Ready, Chief.
Smith! Talk to me.
Gwen!
Holy fuck. West is down. Doc, take care of West. I'll get Smith. Smith, it's Ocampo. It's me. Calm down. Get yourself together, soldier.
Checking her status.
Gwen!
Lieutenant, Stop whining. What the fuck happened?
The apparition. I don't know what it is. But it came back.
I'm gonna need more than that, Smith.
Commander, I've lost comms again. What's happening?
Knight, get medbay ready and attach the med pod to the tethers. West is down. More information in a minute. Smith, come on, champ. Calm the hell down.
It came out of nowhere. I fired. Then Gwen. I don't know what happened. I couldn't see it. I could just feel his presence. Gods. I wasn't just imagining it. Right? I didn't shoot her. Right?
Doc?
No sign of fire on her suit. Very faint pulse, Chief.
Who attacked you? Who did you see? Was it someone from Orca 1?
What? No. It wasn't.
Was it the, apparition? Was that what it was?
Yes. Yes, I think that's what it was. And it came straight at us this time. It was powerful. My gods, it was fucking powerful. I could feel it. I can't tell you how. I just could. And Gwen, West just jumped in front of me at one point. I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know what she was doing. What she was thinking. That was so stupid. That was so stupid.
So, you're telling me that we're dealing with some kind of... what? Alien force? What is it?
I don't know! I don't know! I don't think you'd believe me.
But Chief, her suit is leaking oxygen. I can't find the tear to patch it up. It must be small.
Can you give me more details on her status, Doc?
She's alive. That's all I can tell you for now.
Med pod ready. Getting it in position on the tethers.
Acknowledged, Knight. How much oxygen does West have?
Not a lot. We have to move fast. We have to get her back to the cruiser immediately.
Smith, on your feet. What the hell has rattled you up this bad, big guy? I've never seen you like this. You have to get your shit together. We need to get out of here. Holster your weapon and get on your feet. Don't make me repeat myself for the third time, soldier. Control yourself. We need your help to carry Gwen to the tethers.
I'll carry her.
Doc, is she ready for transport?
Not much else I can do here, Chief.
Let's fall back to the cruiser. I'll take front. Smith's with the west. You got our backs, Doc. Got it?
Chief.
And keep your eyes peeled for anything, or anyone, Doc. Got it?
Come on, Gwen. Let's get you safe.
Is she gonna make it, Doc?
I don't know what's wrong with her yet, Smith. There's no entry wounds that I can find from a weapon. No sign of any kind of force used to render her like this. Can you tell what kind of weapons the bogies used?
I mean, I couldn't say there were more of them. It was just... I didn't get a good look. I just felt...
Weapons, Smith. You're the weapons expert. What's the use if you can answer a simple question?
No weapons, Chief.
What did this then?
I could feel...
Feel? You're a soldier, damn it. And that's not a fucking answer. Give us facts, Lieutenant. You want Doc to help Gwen, don't you?
That's cruel, Chief.
Fucking hell.
Commander Ocampo, a word?
I'll be right with you, Ensign. What else can you determine about West's condition, Doc?
Paralysis. Her body isn't responding to anything. Her brain is functioning perfectly, however.
So what does that mean?
I'm stumped, Chief.
Sir, a word, please. It's about the scans of the cruiser in orbit.
I said I'll be right there, Ensign. Do I have to hold everyone's hand around here? Does anyone know how to do their fucking job? My best soldier is laying unconscious on the slab, and I don't have any more patience for any of your shit. And that goes especially for you, Smith. Get your head on straight and tell Doc everything he needs to know. I'll be back to hear the full story myself. You got that? What did you find inside? Do I need to repeat myself?
One biosign in the cruiser that's in orbit. However, I keep losing it constantly. It appears and reappears.
What?
The interference...
I know it's interference. Could you read who it is?
No, sir, and they're not responding to my hails. I can't be sure if they've even received them.
Okay, continue scanning and hailing. That's top priority. I need to know who's there and what state they are in ASAP.
Yes, sir.
Now hold on. You look like you have something more to say.
The scanners have encountered the same problem while reading the surface, but one of my readings suggests there's breathable air in the lower levels of the planet, like a pocket of air.
Maybe that's down that shaft Doc and I found. How many levels did you detect? Anything else you can tell me about this pocket you detected?
High levels of a few heavier elements, but nothing that would be dangerous for a short stay without suits.
Did you detect any biosigns there? Anything else you can tell me that's not just half information?
It's very warm there too. There seems to be a heat source, so even if I try looking for heat signatures in the biosigns range, I have a problem differentiating what I'm seeing.
Top-level scanning tech, my ass.
The problem is not in our tech, sir. A lot of the metrics are simply incalculable. We're blind here because most of this hasn't ever been archived in our database. Alloys and materials never seen before, by us or by anyone from Messier 9, that we share information with, sir.
So what Doc was saying previously?
Yes, Commander. This rogue planet has almost nothing in common with the area surrounding it.
But that makes no sense at all.
Unless it's not a planet.
Okay. Let's not get all crazy here and leave the speculation to the scientists. Just give me the information I need to complete this fucking mission.
That's all I got, sir. But, I'd like to ask what you saw down there, sir.
I have trouble understanding it myself. Maybe I was too rough with Smith, wasn't I?
Sir.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's see what has made our champ act like a big baby. Anything, Doc?
You're not gonna like it. I don't think Smith saw anything. Let me lead with that. Whatever this tech was, it isn't something we've encountered before. It's so insanely sophisticated that it attacked West's body on a molecular level. I suspect West was rendered defenseless even before she understood what was happening.
How did she know to jump in front of Smith?
She could feel it too. Don't look at me like that, Chief.
Can you revive her?
She's alive, Chief, but I can't seem to bring her into consciousness, if that's what you're asking. The only thing I haven't tried is smelling salts at this point.
Smelling salts?
Ancient medical practice is trying to be funny at the wrong time.
One thing I don't understand at all is that her mind is very active, Chief. In fact, the activity in her brain is even higher than what's considered normal for a conscious, walking person, let alone the state she seems to be in. It's the rest of her body that doesn't seem to be getting signals from her brain.
So, some kind of neurotech?
Possibly, yes, but the more difficult question is...
What kind?
Is the damage it has done reversible? I would boil it down to a very horrible scenario, Chief. West is essentially trapped inside her own mind, and the state of her mind? I shudder to think. I doubt she's dreaming going by my scans.
Gods, Gwen, why did you have to...
Don't do that to yourself. I've seen many men go down that path. It won't do you or West any favors.
So now you're saying that it's not my fault?
I never said that it was. But I was too rough with you before. I apologize. I overstepped and led with anger. Come on, say it.
If you ever talk to me like that again, I'll punch you straight to Osiris's kingdom, Chief.
Noted, champ. Crystal clear. Now that we have that behind us, let's figure out our next steps. Doc, I'm guessing West will need medical supervision?
And more tests.
Alright. Can you do that and take over Knight's duties? I'd like to go back down to the pyramids and check out the lower levels down the shaft.
Do you really think it's wise to be going back down there? This kind of tech can take 3 of you out in a heartbeat, less even.
We don't have a choice.
We must locate Orca 1.
I don't know how to prevent this tech from affecting you, Lewis.
We've been in worse situations, Xavier.
I doubt it.
Sir, what if the only surviving member of the first team is in the cruiser?
And what if the rest are passed out cold somewhere down that chef-like west here? I can't take that chance. We have a mission. The Orcas don't quit until the job is done. Understood, Ensign?
Yes, Commander Ocampo, but what if it's Captain Scott up there?
What would make you say that, Ensign?
She...
The fact of the matter is that we don't know who's up there or why. The Orca 1 cruiser seems to be dead in the water anyway. Didn't you say so yourself? The planet remains our priority.
Commander!
This conversation is over, Ensign. Doc, you have command of the cruiser. Knight and Smith, with me. That's an order. Doc, switch to auxiliary channel.
Yes, Chief.
I want you to seal the cruiser. Pull back the tethers and all.
Why?
Just do it, man. I can't argue with you too.
Yes, sir.
You'll essentially be on your own once we go down there. No comms, remember? If, and this is a huge if, anyone from Orca 1 contacts you from their cruiser or shows up at your doorstep, proceed with extreme caution. Got that? Treat anyone outside of Orca 2 as a potential threat.
Sounds like there was something in that level 7.
No comment. Just follow my orders. And for once in your life, don't second-guess everything, Xavier.
Lewis?
Yes?
Watch your back, my friend, and take care of Knight.
You know my team is always a priority. Switching back to main channel. Lieutenant Jones, we've already cleared the staircase and are closing in on the first pyramid.
Gwen was right. There's no entrance to this one.
Your descriptions did not do this place justice. However, Lieutenant Jones, I'm going to have to say that it's more unsettling than it is exciting. Very unsettling. It's like we're not supposed to be here. Maybe this place was abandoned for a reason. What if the Screamers weren't lying about the quarantine?
Scorchers call this place Silent Death.
Enough, Smith.
After what happened to Gwen, you still think we were given the whole story?
I know the whole story.
What is it then?
Chief, our hails are being answered from the Orca 1 cruiser.
Who? Jones, hold. Team, are we hearing that?
What is that?
It's coming from the second pyramid!
Move in. On the double.
Chief?
Shit! I'm out of ammo!
Where are they?
Shelter, Smith. Night, location.
Fucking everywhere!
No! It's too dark!
Where the fuck are they attacking from?
All around!
Stay down. Repeat, stay down.
I'll be out of ammo soon.
Continue firing as long as you can, Knight. Do you have a visual on Smith?
No, I can't see him.
Bogey retreated. Report.
Clear. I see you, Chief. Coming your way.
Smith, what's your status?
I can't move. My right side. I can't move it at all.
Can you grab your light and signal?
I dropped my rifle. I don't see it. I can't find it.
Knight, sweep for Smith.
Last I saw him, he was near the shaft.
Move in.
There.
I got him. Knight, run out and alert Jones of her situation.
Yes, sir.
I'm coming over to you, champ. Pain levels?
No pain. I can't feel anything. Is it weird that I wish it hurt?
How close did it get to you? Did you make a visual of the bogey this time?
No. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm gonna make it out.
You will. We'll carry you back.
The hell you will.
I won't leave you behind, Lieutenant. How are your oxygen levels? Any leaks?
Ah, shit, I forgot to check. Damn. Chief, it appears I'm leaking my life fuel.
Fuck. What the hell is taking Knight so long? We need to get you back.
Boss, don't leave me here like this. In the dark.
I won't, I promise. I just need to check on Knight. We'll be right back to get you.
Take me with you.
I can't carry you alone. Stay down.
My rifle?
Shit. Wait a second. I can't find it. You'll have to brave this one through, champ. I know I got it in you. I'll come back for you.
Don't leave me alone here, Chief.
Knight? Why are you just standing here at the entrance? Did you contact Jones? Knight?
Lewis, I'm glad you could join us.
Scott?
Yours truly. I knew they would send you after me. I guess this is as good of a time for a reunion as any.
Where are you?
On your cruiser. Doc says hello. Don't blame him for not locking up as instructed. I'm very convincing, even though he's very loyal. To a fault. Shame. I could use a medic like him on my team.
Don't dare put a single finger on him, Scott.
I won't. But they will.
What do you want?
Lewis. Is that the way to treat your former mentor? I think your ensign knows about your top secret mission addendum. We can safely say that, on or off this planet, she's already dead.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Still as arrogant as the day I met you. Don't worry. You'll learn soon enough that some things are far greater than what you or I are capable of understanding. Maybe that'll teach you some humility.
I might not understand what you want yet, Joe. But we both know that I won't flinch when I get close enough to pull the trigger. That's just a fact.
Ajax really has a hold on you, doesn't she? What does she have over your head? On second thought, don't tell me. It doesn't matter.
Threatening my people will only make me more determined to terminate you.
You have this all wrong, Lewis. I'm not threatening you or your people. I'm offering you a chance to save yourselves from a fate like the one that struck your second in command.
You did that to Wes?
Gods, no. But I hope to soon be able to control what did.
All right. Why don't you tell me what that is, so we can be on equal footing here, Joe?
Doc didn't complete his tests on Lieutenant Commander West? If you would have waited a little bit more, instead of running off to find me and kill me, you would have known by now.
Just tell us. What's wrong with West, and what does that have to do with you?
Calm your nerves, Ensign. Don't let her get into your head.
Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to come here and face me, Lewis? Just to let you know before you make your decision, this sphere might be vast, but I know every nook and cranny. And I also possess something else that you don't.
A team of raiders?
Oh, my colleagues are the least of your problems.
Auxiliary Channel Knight. Do you read?
Sir?
I've got a feeling that she's just pushing for time. We need to get back to Smith. He's hurt and leaking oxygen from his suit. Doc will have to handle himself for now.
Sir, I think there's something she knows about the planet that we don't. Maybe we should try getting that out of her before we do anything else.
She's just toying with us.
Respectfully, I disagree. I think that's why she's here. There is something here that she wants, not the planet, something else. And I think it's connected to what has happened to West, sir.
We don't have much time.
We also have no room for error.
Switching back channels.
You there? I think you haven't been listening. It's rude to ditch someone mid-conversation like that.
Let's cut the crap, Scott. We're not going to come over there. In fact, I think you'll need to come get us. We're clearly still alive for some reason. So I'll ask again. What do you want?
Control over this sphere. What can I say? I'm a simple woman with simple needs.
If only.
Tell us what you know about what happened to West.
Why, exactly? It's not like you have any leverage over me, kid. I think I'm the one holding all the cards here. Besides, I can't help your teammate. It's already too late for her. It was too late the moment she dropped to the ground.
What the hell does that even mean?
It means that my team and yours aren't the only ones inhabiting this sphere at the moment. However, unlike you, I actually know what I'm up against, and I have ways to protect my people. Can you say the same, Lewis? Can you protect this child under your command from the shitstorm that's about to unfold?
Fuck You, Scott.
Why do you keep calling it a sphere?
Gods, you still don't know, do you?
Chief, follow the shaft to the core.
Naughty boy, Doc. Now we're going to have to teach you a lesson about interrupting conversations.
Doc!
Scott!
I don't want to hurt Doc. There's no honor in torturing a fellow soldier. But he just doesn't want to give me the codes to your vessel. And I need your cruiser to collect something that's waiting for me in orbit. Will you give me the codes, Ensign?
No, Knight! Don't do it!
Be afraid. Not fight.
Sir, stop! Let me walk! Stop! I won't say anything! Stop!
Do not run back and give her the codes. That's
an order. Yeah, I wasn't going to do that, sir. I'm no fool.
You're not, but you have a good heart. I was afraid you would do anything to save Doc. I know how much you respect him.
Heart didn't get me into the orcas. My mind did.
And persistence. Sorry I mistrusted you.
What's done is done. Have some faith in me next time, sir. Giving her the codes would have been potentially dangerous to all of us. Who knows what she hid up there? Better yet, who?
Let's focus on finding Smith and worry about that later, shall we? I left him by the shaft.
I hope he's still there. In body and mind.
Smith, do you hear us, chap? Maybe he passed out if he was running low on oxygen.
That would be the best case scenario, sir.
Move in on the shaft. Sweep around it.
Yes, sir.
Seeing anything?
Metal. And more metal. Smith, where are you, man?
Closing in on your position, Knight. No visual on Smith on my side either.
What are we going to do, sir?
We can't go back. And we can't stay here. Scott will probably have her goons after us already.
I still think we should have tried to get more information out of her.
That wouldn't have worked. I'm surprised she even told us the little that she did.
Wait a second.
What's on your mind, Knight?
If all of her men were in the cruiser with her, then what the hell were we shooting at in here?
Knight, did you already know that it could have been Scott here when we got to the pyramid? Did you listen to the level 7 message? No, don't tell me. The less I know, the better. If we manage to get off this piece of shit planet, I can lie for you with better conviction.
Thanks? None of that answers my question, though, sir.
I know.
She said that something else inhabits the planet.
I know.
Is it possible that it's another raider group working in the area like we were briefed?
Knight, I don't think that we're dealing with raiders here, apart from Scott.
Maybe we should have listened to what Smith had to say.
And maybe we should have investigated the Relic ship like Doc said. A lot of maybes inside, but they won't do us any good now.
So, what's the plan, Chief?
Find Smith. That's the plan. Then rescue Doc and West.
You don't believe what Scott said about West?
Not until Doc confirms it for me. What?
You do have hope, Chief. It's just buried deep inside that stony exterior. West would have been happy.
Shh.
The sound is coming from the shaft. To the core, like Doc said.
Sounds like a bad idea.
It's the only idea. Besides, if there's any error in the lower levels like my scans showed, there's a huge chance that Smith could be down there. And alive.
Alright, I'll take your lead on this one, Knight. That should settle it. Looks like the only way to go is down.